Hello, hello, everyone. What do we think? Do we like it? Let's see, we have hello, Jane, here on time for once. Hey, Thumper. Greeting everyone coming in to hit the like. Hello, Jane. Hello, Debbie H. We've got Crimes Untangled. Hello. Leah. Hello. Hot Coffee. Hello. Marie. Hello. Make sure I get everybody. Michael. Hello. I'll just scroll down here. Patsy Klein, hello, welcome back. Ima, welcome back. Rabbit, yes, I did. I did get some sleep, thank goodness. Hello, Tennis Girl. It was a joke from our late last night. Hello, Bob. And I just want to say to my very, very good friend, Mr. Sky, between Mr. Sky and I, we came up with that opening. Mr. Sky did the AI music for it. I want him to be applauded. We've never met each other, but what a good friend Mr. Sky and Mrs. Sky have become to me. I am so... Yes, thank you. It is a lovely community. Hey, Bumble, welcome. So we had a very late night, just out of the blue live last night. That is what the thumbnail is. Because if you were there, you understand how it went. Hey, Chris, hello. So I'm going to start off tonight with a little rabbit hole that I went down. I really would like everybody's opinion. Let's discuss it. I think there might be something to this. Hello. Yes, B Rabbit, how are you doing? I have a recovery journey, but am up for the challenge. Yeah, the song today I was in the live, but I did watch a lot in bed. Yeah, it was something. I guess it was meant for us to be there to help. Hopefully we did. So I was thinking about Charlie. I'm going to put a disclaimer. He is guilty. He needs to rot in the depths of hell. 100% a disclaimer. So please understand, when I went down this rabbit hole, it wasn't thinking that he's not guilty. He's guilty. He threw his mom under the bus yesterday. Big time. Oh, thank you, Bob. Thank you. He threw her under the bus yesterday. Huge. And I'm thinking at it as a narcissist, a person that's been in a narcissist way for a long time. Now, let's say he's been away from his mom and his sister for 2.5, almost 3 years. I'm just wondering if Charlie's realizing that he's the puppet and Donna and Wendi are the puppeteers, and he's starting to clue in that he was the scapegoat. He was the one that they used as the front man. And he's realizing his mom pulled his buttons, his sister pulled the buttons, all of this. He was too easy to throw his mom under the bus. Absolutely too easy. So I'm wondering if we don't see Charlie start to roll. And I know everybody says he won't roll on his mom. He already did. He threw her under the bus. I think right now, what I'm thinking is Charlie, exactly, Patsy Cline, reality is setting in. I think right now, the game plan, Charlie's got a game plan. He's got a game plan. Is his game plan to show that he's not sticking up for his mom? He's not sticking up for Wendi, to get the state's office to sit down and speak to him. To speak to him, he's not going to get out of prison. But he could get a little bit easier ride, maybe, out of it. I'm just wondering if we don't see Charlie start talking. It's a rabbit hole I went down, and it's just, I was watching, Chris says, I was watching STS. Joel stated there might be some new info that will help with the case of Harvey, was said first, and possible Wendi. He's coming out of that fog of the narcissist. We all know Charlie's not bright. We all know Charlie's an idiot. We all know Charlie is a disgusting human being. But even a disgusting human being is going to see he was used. And he's going to see that, and we don't know. He's got these other people in the back of it, in the prison, his new buddies, his new friends, seeing it clear like we do. And they're in his ear. They're in his ear, chirping, chirping, chirping. I agree. The state needs to do something new and different and much more aggressive. And what I see, and Carl Steinbach said it, guys, round them all up. Round them all up. See which one is going to chirp first. Because somebody's going to chirp. Hi, Tracy. Welcome. Charlie did his mom a favor. Rashi wasn't going to save Donna. I don't see it. No, but nobody's going to save Donna. No one's going to save. She's done. But I think that was a Charlie little fuck you to his mom. I honestly do. How many likes would Charlie get if he handed them Wendi? He knows how many likes he'd get, and he's ready to. Though I don't know why, but I feel he's got a game plan. He's playing his cards. Yep. Like, arrest Harvey and Wendi. Absolutely. Thumper, Crime and Coffee. What could or would be anything Charlie could get? Do you think he's dreams of being in an open campus, low security spa-like retreat facility? The state will laugh in his face. Oh, I think he would. If he turned on Wendi, that means he's given up his appeal, because he's got to admit he's guilty. He's turning on Wendi. He's turning on his mom. He's turning on his dad. He's turning on everybody. I think if they said you got life with a chance of parole, he would jump. He would jump. Hello, Deb. Welcome. He has an appellate case, and if Donna is convicted, if Donna is guilty, he won't win a new trial. He's guilty. Exactly. So he's got this new appellate lawyer that is coming after Daniel. This new appellate lawyer is going to tell him, you need to say something. Hello, Faith. Is anybody worried about the Markel's health with this setback Dan's mom needs? I was so sick last night for Ruth. I was so sick. I was sick and devastated about what she was going through. So listen, everybody knows my story, how the trial life affected me. And I was a fraction of the time Ruth, Phil, and Shelly have been. A fraction. So if I took my feelings in that sort of time and tried to understand how Ruth, 10 years, is going through this. She is Ruth Markel. If you're out there and you're listening, you are my hero. You are so strong. You are beautiful. You are amazing. You are my hero. And we will keep the word going for you in the name of the Markel family. You are my hero. Clueless. Crime and Coffee. I have a new signature for you, a sort of mathematical one. Oh, what is that? Marie says, Wendi probably knows that Charlie may turn on her, so she may be hoping something happens to him in prison. He's got a card he's playing, guys, and Charlie is showing how vindictive he is, how he cannot turn on Wendi, how he not turn on Wendi and or Donna. Crime and Coffee, your new signature, Michelle MRL. M plus R minus L. Oh, I get it now. That's cute. True, right. We need justice for the Markels. All of them need to be under the jail. Yep, just put them in. Put them in. Just put them in. Yeah, Leah. It really did affect me last night. I didn't realize how much it would. But the sentencing guidelines can't do anything. But I don't think even the prosecutors can do anything at this point to downgrade the crime. Lewis is smart to brag in the crime charge to start. He was. Yep, tick, tick, tick. Yep, she is. She is our true north. Absolutely. I agree, Bob. Arrest them all. Put them in. You know what? This makes me sick to even say it. Wendi was the flip on her mom, on her dad, on her brother. Like her brother's already been, but he's got an appeal coming. So, what would they say? 30 years? I'm okay with the 30 years. Put her ass away. But Charlie could get a comfy situation somewhere in prison. He'll still be there forever. Exactly. If he can better his prison life, I think he'll do it. I've never said Charlie will flip on any of them till after yesterday. Do you think Lewis knows more than what he's told? I don't think so. I don't, but it's possible, Marie, but I really don't think so. I just don't know what Charlie could give the state that they don't already have. Well, it's all circumstantial, really, against Wendi, right? It's circumstantial evidence. But if they have Charlie saying straight out, given times and dates and things like this, I think he may do it. B Rabbit says, I don't believe Wendi will ever flip. She'll maintain the 3 did it behind her back. You don't think if she was sitting in jail, say she was sitting in jail tomorrow, B, do you not think that she would try whatever she could to get out? I don't think LR knows more. He seemed like he was going along with the ride. Yeah. Yes. Tennis girl, yeah, but true crime wifey, wouldn't he need some kind of proof of it? And that's the thing, we don't know, right? We don't know if he's got any. And that's what I mean. Is it circumstantial? Her going to the crime scene? Her story makes it that, but I just don't like the fact that they need Wendi to bring in this stuff against Donna. I'd rather them all be sitting at a defense table and hash it out that way. Yeah, all they can really offer Charlie is a more comfortable situation, but he may be up for that. Hey, Lindsay Shea. Thumper says Lewis is keeping his head down, following the rules, testifying when expected, watching the calendar. He has a release date and nobody else does or will. Right, Thumper? What I'm hoping is Charlie has deets on how Katie's attorneys were paid. That would blow it all up and satisfy my curiosity. Exactly. It's just going to take... Oh, Wendi will do everything she can to get out, but I think it will be to throw Donna, Harvey, Charlie under the bus and drive over the reverse over many, many times. So you think she's going to pull a Wade Wilson? She's going to Wade Wilson their asses. Rash lied to Joel last year and said he had a waiver. Yep. He said it. He said it in that. Listen, I spent all day today looking for that December court hearing, and it is nowhere to be found. So something's going on. Hey, Irene. Welcome. Something's going on because that December court hearing is not there. And I remember him saying it in there. And I remember Everett asking if he had it from Charlie, and he said yes. Let's see. So tonight, I want to discuss Carl Steinbach, because this man, as much as I wished he was wrong sometimes, he is never wrong. I want to discuss his points. We all saw Rash setting this up last year on STS. Yep. Hello, Mary. Welcome. Hey, X. Welcome. Were any of you just in STS? Joel has in Rashbaum January interview saying on video that he had a written waiver from Harvey, Donna, and Charlie on videotape. Yep. I seen it. I watched it when Rash was on there. And I watched it tonight too. Mary, STS showed the video today in recent stream. Yep. It's a possibility, Bumble, that he thinks he's helping her, but she didn't look like that was help. She looked like she was pissed off. Yeah, he said it on STS in January, but there was, hello, Lori, there was a case hearing in December when he first took over, and for some reason I cannot find it on YouTube anymore. Direct evidence is not always reliable. Did Luis and Wendi at the crime scene? Eyewitness testimony is lost in the translation. Circumstantial evidence is the way to get a conviction. Yeah, Mary, she was devastated. She looked pissed. She did look pissed. Where's B Rabbit here? I have zero empathy for Rash. May this end up costing him more than the Adelsons' money he received. Wouldn't that be fun? Wouldn't that be fun? Oh, Lori, it's there. I remember watching it when it happened. Chat is moving very fast, guys, so give me a second. How Charlie has Wendi. Who, what, when, and where, right there. Charlie is out to help himself. Right now he is. It seems like he is definitely out to help himself. Rashi also said he had a waiver in court on the record. Yes, he did. Hey, everyone. There is the monkey. Hey, Donna, you remember the monkey from last night. In my opinion, Charlie did this thinking he'd get a new trial on appeal and be found not guilty. Donna would then also be not guilty, and they'll move on to Vietnam. Simple delusional. Well, it sure does. It does help his appeal by showing that Rashbaum is ineffective, because he was still He was being the lawyer for his mother without all this paperwork that he should have had. So it does help his appeal. Absolutely. No, Deb, you didn't miss anything. Rash got a new mansion. Carl, like us, believe Wendi should be arrested immediately. Absolutely. As Tim Jansen said, Donna's lost her last lifeline with Rash. Charlie did that. Charlie pulled the rug right out from underneath her. I truly believe we haven't heard the last of Charlie. I think he's got something going on. How much does everyone think Rash got paid? Oh, millions. Charlie alone was at least 1 point. I would say he was in the millions for Charlie. Pretty darn close with Donna. Hello, everyone. At least Donna is miserable in prison and Harvey's alone. Dave, you're right. But the problem is Wendi is still walking. She's still walking. No, this will not help Charlie's claim of appeal of inadequate counsel. All this was with Donna happened after Charlie's trial and doesn't apply to Charlie's appeal at all. No, but it will give the perspective or the view of how unethical he is, right? I'm not saying it will help the trial, but what you see, and if he's showing in other places that he's unethical, it's not going to play a huge role, but it's what people see, and that does stick in people's minds. Rash has no sense of timing. What a greedy fool. Becky says Joel STS has Rash on video saying he had, yeah. Yep. Hey, Becky. Welcome. I agree with you, True. I think he's getting all these other attorneys in line, getting them all basically up to a speed that he can possibly get them to, and then he's off. Alex Morse will bow out soon. In my opinion, we will see an entire new defense team. I agree. Maybe Marie Descalzo. Oh, no, they said nobody from... Yes, I heard that Rashi got about 8K or so. So we are going to... Sorry, my phone just went off. I heard it. Go, BB. Okay. I guess I'm a minority. I'm furious Ufferman filed so late, and apparently it's no problem. Yeah, I agree. They waited till Charlie was in Tallahassee. I don't understand. The appeal is only researching issues that violated Charlie's rights, no other reason, and he blew that when he testified. You can have a crap lawyer, but still have all your rights performed. Oh, absolutely. But his first appellate lawyer did not have counselor. Sorry, the word's not coming to my head right now. But it went on hold. Now he's got this new appellate lawyer, and this appellate lawyer is saying ineffective counsel. So you can get an appeal, you can get a new trial if you prove ineffective counsel. Ineffective counsel. Thank you. I just think that it's not that it's going to help. It's just for Charlie in his mind. Remember, we're thinking as normal human beings. Charlie is thinking as an Adelson. And in his mind, if he can make Daniel look bad in court, that's going to help him. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not that I think it's going to help. I'm thinking in Charlie's brain, in a narcissist's brain, this is how it's playing out in his head. Mary at Thumper, would an example of this be Georgia mentioning facts not in evidence in closing argument, for example? Doe says, Phil Markel was in the STS chat earlier. Just wanted people to know that the Adelsons have a ton of money, like a ton. Phil said that? But thank goodness they didn't pull this during the trial. We avoided a mistrial and got a continuance. Absolutely true. We have to see the bright side of it. I have a feeling something biggish is going to happen soon. I'm not sure what and could be wrong, but it feels something has changed. I agree. And that's what I'm saying. I think something's up. I think everyone bears some responsibility in this, right down to everybody. His counsel was not ineffective. His crap story of double extortion was ineffective. Yep. In my opinion, it probably wasn't the appeal attorney filing. It seems that Charlie withdrew the waiver last minute. It's possible. I don't think Charlie turned on Donna. I think he turned on Rashi. But by turning on Rashi X, he knew he would have to put his mom under the bus. Yes, Phil said that. Wow. Okay. Well, Phil said it. That's what matters. Yes, essentially, he was wondering why people thought the Adelsons were running out of money. Well, if Phil said it, then that's what matters. Yep, Phil Markel said he doesn't understand why people are saying Adelsons were strapped. He says different. I'd like to see the state start to show their teeth. I'm surprised Jack Campbell hasn't released a statement yet, or maybe he has and I've missed it. He has not. Nothing from the state. Not a peep. Nothing. And they know it's heated out here. Charlie, in his delusional state, believes his double extortion story was evidence. Yeah, let me catch up with the chat because it is gone. And where's Wendi? That's the question. The Adelsons have lots of cash buried somewhere getting moldy. Y'all think Donna will beat Boone in the number of lawyers she fires on her way to the trial? I don't think so. She looked devastated that her trial wasn't going forward. She truly did. Georgia has nothing appropriate to say. No. And I agree and I understand that, but this is why Jack Campbell needs to be out there. He needs to explain to the people what the hell happened. I don't know anything about liquidating assets. I imagine it takes time. I've never been in the tax bracket. If she receives a reprimand or his license suspended, that's enough for Charlie to get a new trial for ineffective counsel. She did. She wanted a speedy trial. She sure did. I'm going to cook dinner for my sweet banana muffin. True. Jack Campbell probably had to reprimand George and Sarah. In a sense, he's gathering info, in my opinion. He should be gathering the troops up and arresting Wendi and Harvey, because really nothing Jack Campbell can really say now to people without showing these people have been arrested is going to work. It's going to be tongue in cheek. I think Donna's distress was related to her strange attachment to Rashi. He's her savior. Some could be, Bob. She really did look devastated. I couldn't stop watching George's reaction. I saw her smirking while Donna was crying. Mama Bear on the lookout, Sky. Doe says, I believe Morris will put some pressure on Donna to make a deal because the evidence is solid against her. But he can put all the pressure on her all she wants, but she's going to have to turn on her family. And I'm sorry, I cannot see Donna turning on her family. I just can't see it. Not after she said she has to save them. I keep telling you all, this is not bleeding the Adelsons financially. They can keep appealing like it's 1999. Any estimate or timeline for new trial? Well, I am not going to go against Carl Steinbach. And he said a year to a year and a half. I know everybody else is saying March and February. Carl Steinbach has not been wrong. Tim and Donna and Rash look like they were breaking up. Oh, Tim said Donna and Rash looked like they were breaking up after he said that it totally did look like a breakup. Because she won't be able to see her pseudo son anymore. This was mistake on all sides. It's unfortunate, but I still believe in the blonde bombshells. Tough lesson to learn. Oh, I will not go against them. I will not go against Georgia. I will not go against Sarah Catherine Dugan, and I will not go against Judge Everett. All I will say is mistakes were made in every area. Mistakes were made. Prosecution ain't entering no deals. Yeah, they're not. She turned on Robert. Yeah, she did turn on. Well, she didn't turn on Robert. She really did. She didn't turn on him. She just disowned him. I adore you all, but it's really obvious to me I need to take a break. It's been a long 48 hours. I'm going through a trial myself right now. So I'm tread bar maybe. I'll pop in again tomorrow. Love you all. You take care of you, Thumper. Take care. Self-love. And if you need anything or you need to talk, you've got my email. I'm here for you. Yeah. X says liquidating assets is far more involved than one might think. There are tax issues in liquidating, often undervalue the assets, not to mention there are lawyers and managers deal with the pay. Yep. Oh. How did she turned on her grandchildren? How did she turn on her grandchildren, Barb? That's right. There was a beautiful reconciliation with Robert. Absolutely. You know, she probably took him banana bread. Victoria, Carl definitely was stern when he said they need to get Wendi and Harvey now. You are right about Carl. I'm listen, when he said the other day that this was not going to end well, I was like, please, Carl, for the first time, be wrong. Just be wrong once. And he wasn't. Yeah, but that's not her turning on her grandchildren. That was her trying to keep her grandchildren. She didn't turn on them. I understand what people are thinking when they say turned on. It's not, she didn't turn on Charlie. She didn't turn on Robert. She just dismissed him out of her life. She didn't turn on her grandchildren. In her wicked brain, she thought she was doing them the best thing and a best favor of life. So she didn't turn on her grandchildren. Rhodes Scholar. Hey. So, I mean, when I'm saying turn on, is throwing them under the bus. And I don't see her throwing her kids or her husband under the bus. I see Charlie doing it. And if they arrest Wendi and everybody's in jail, Wendy's going to scramble to whatever helps her the most. But yeah, that's what I mean by turning on somebody. Like what Donna did to gain her grandchildren in her life was absolutely wrong. It's disgusting and all of this, but it's not turning on her grandchildren. She's not throwing them under the bus. Okay, so we're going to watch Carl. I want to discuss this with you guys because I'm a little bit partial to Carl now. I just believe everything. Mary says, is there any circumstantial evidence for Harvey, though? I would believe so. Hi, Gamma. I would absolutely believe that there's got to be. But they better get Wendi soon. She's going to flee clean, and we will not know where she is. Clean meaning new identity. I agree 100%. Sky and I worked on that today. You're a big channel now that you have a cool opening. I was like, I want an opening. Yep, Jane, right? Get it together, Tallahassee. Get them all in. Even after 10 years of practice, they will all have different stories. No brainer. Arrest Wendi and Harvey now. I agree. You've tried the one. You've tried one for one. You've tried it. Stop. It's a game now. This ain't chess anymore. Just go. It's poker now. Let's go. Hey, Pat. The checks were from the Adelson Institute. That's hard evidence against both Don and Harvey. Yep. Bring them in. The wait won't be so bad then. Exactly. Bring them in. It's going to be like a freaking dogfight. I almost bet if Harvey's sitting in jail, Wendi's sitting in jail, Charlie's in prison, Donna's in jail, it's gonna be a dogfight. And who do you think, if Donna was the one to flip, is she protecting her husband? Do you think she's more loyal to her husband or to her kids? I've asked myself that too. I just don't know where her loyalties would lie. Irene says, time's ticking, as we've said. One by one tactic could take years at this rate, and also dangerous when they have you money. They just need to arrest them all. I'm really sorry, guys, but I think if Georgia and Sarah and the whole team doesn't get off their fucking hands and arrest them all, then, as Carl said, get a new team. I'm sorry, I can't read chat, so I'm replying to Rochelle. I'm only on my phone, FYI. Okay, I'll know that you're replying to me. Yeah, Sky came up with the song, and I did an AI-generated thing, so we put it together, and it worked. If arrest Wendi now and she demands a speedy trial, they can try Donna together. Absolutely, Marie. Deb says, I went back to opening and I like it. Thank you. Under the jail now. That's what they need to do. I suppose I just don't see why they don't arrest Wendi and Harvey. I mean, what's the reason they won't? Because they want to try them one-on-one. It makes no sense anymore. It makes no sense anymore. Listen, if they do it this way, okay, Donna, say Carl's right, and it's 1.5 years to get to trial. So then we're going to be at the 11-year mark, almost 12-year mark. Then they arrest Wendi. What, that's going to take another 1 year to 2 years. So the Markels are going to wait 4, possibly 5 more years to see justice. This is sickening. This is torture. This is torture. Who has eyes on Harvey? He did catch contempt of court charges. I've never heard of the contempt of court. My money is on the state having a lot of new incriminating evidence against Wendi and Harvey. Exactly. So bring them in. I just went back and listened to the intro. Great job. Thank you. It was fun. Hot coffee. No, you're not blocked. I believe that they are regrouping big time. They've been throwing a curveball in the 6th game of the World Series. The 7th game, they are going to win. Yeah, maybe the 7th game, True is arresting them all. Do we need to start a freaking move on petition? I might volunteer to write it. I'll sign it if you do. Agree that Jack Campbell's job, and he needs to do his job now. He needs to. He can't ride on the fact that he's the one that started bringing them to justice. He can't ride that forever. Jack Campbell, it's been 10 years. Let's go. Maybe waiting for a few more lies and evidence to get Wendi. Yeah. How many more lies do they need, though, Pat? No, I see you at Hot Coffee. B Rabbit. With the passing years, witnesses will pass away. Key details and memories will become foggier, easier to pick apart. The Markels are continuing to be subjected to unimaginable cruelty. I am outraged. I am outraged with you, B Rabbit, with that, because it is enough's enough. I believe they have enough evidence to get Wendi. I agree too. Sorry, guys. The chat has moved. I like Georgia. I think Georgia is coming back tougher than ever. I hope so. And I stand behind Georgia, and I stand behind Sarah Catherine Dugan and Judge Everett. I'll stand behind them. But you know what, ladies? It's time to put your stilettos on and get to work. Let's go. If you have to line them all up, do it at once. Game, it's over now. We all can regroup, but justice delayed is justice denied. Absolutely X. Yeah, and that's just crap. Enough's enough with it. It's just crap. I don't know if Tim said that, but it's ridiculous. Yeah, Wendi is for Wendi. Harvey and Donna were subpoenaed to testify at Charlie's trial. They refused to go. They were charged with contempt of court. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Hello, Lou. Hello. This isn't the only trial in Leon County that has taken about 10 years. Brandy Peters' murder took 9 years to convict. This is complicated. I'm not trying to make excuses. No, true, I know, but at least put them in jail. At least put them in jail so they're not walking, not living their best lives. At least give that to the Markels, that they're in jail. I rewatched the Surviving and the Survivor stream with Wendi. Guilty indicators. No one laughed. Yeah. It's DA and HA said they were just going to plead the fifth, not making it worth the state's time. Yeah. And their lawyer said that. And I don't give a shit if Dan gets disbarred. I'm not of the man has kids and needs to feed BS. He can work at a regular 5 to 8 like most do. I would, you know what? I call for it. Disbar the son of a bitch. He knew from December on this was an issue. He knew it. He knew it. It was a while back. Lindsay Shea thought I heard someone say last night that people were laughing. They weren't. I don't know where this stuff comes from. It's not true. Yeah. Was it on here, Tennis Girl, that was said, or was it another one? Because I thought I heard that too. I unsubbed from STS with Joel. Invited Rashi back. Yep, disbar the son of a bitch. He knew from December, the minute he took that case, he should have had a waiver. He said he did. He needs to be disbarred. Alex Morris's interview, he was laughing. Yep. Rash is done but paid very well. He's in his way to the bank. He doesn't care until he has to face the bar. That's when he'll start hitting. Rash waited till the 11th hour to pull this stunt. I don't think, but again, dads are people. Sorry, I didn't say hello. Hello. I don't think he meant to pull this stunt. I think this was Charlie and his appellate lawyer, and they pulled it. I think this was a card up Rash's sleeve for his pseudo mummy if she got convicted. And I think Rash was caught with his pants down. I do too. Lindsay Shea can't stand Rash, but glad I saw that episode too. Just caught Rash in a lie on camera. I'm glad they interviewed him. Yep, so am I. I was glad they interviewed him, and I would be happy to see him interviewed again. Because this time, Joel's not going to play as nice. If Rash gets disbarred, he can always do stand-up comedy. There you know what he'll do? He'll become a YouTuber. He'll become a YouTuber, guys. True Crime Wifey, I may have rewatched that for no reason. He will become a YouTuber. Could you imagine? Oh, please, because I will troll you like a good thing. I will troll you like a good thing. Oh. How do you have a document signed December 12th, December 13th? Okay, right. Yep. Right, tennis girl? Oh, we control. That'd be a great flip the script, wouldn't it? Oh. Every Justice for Dan member in any community would troll that son of a bitch. Show him how trolling actually works. I'm not spelling rumors. I'm not spreading rumors. Carville said he was laughed off the channel. Yeah. Oh, off STS. Yes. His words. If I misunderstood it, then it's on me. Just saying. Okay. So we're going to watch some bit of Carl. I want to discuss his points. And in the hot mic, what did Georgia say after Dan's bar comment? It was hard for me to hear it, guys, honestly. The background noise was really distorting it for me. Cooking with Rashi. Oh, can you imagine? That would be awesome. Oh, I didn't dream it. He wasn't laughed at, not one bit. Okay, so he was not. Okay. Me too. That's the Carl Tim drama from last year. He was never laughed off. Carl never got over his disagreement with Tim. Oh, that's right. There was a between Tim and Carl. They disagreed on something. Okay, and now I know what you guys are talking about. I'm like, what is going on? Rashi is nonchalantly corrupt. Rashi is nonchalantly corrupt. I'm sorry, guys. I was like, laughed at. Where was he laughed at? Like, I know I didn't laugh at Carl. Yeah. I was like, oh, when did I laugh at Carl? So sorry, guys. I was in a conversation that I wasn't. Okay, I'm going to stay out of that conversation because I don't understand. Tim was running blocking plays for Wendi and Carl wasn't having it. If it makes you feel better, Carl is wrong about a different high-profile trial. I hear apparently his GF is pro-defendant and he refuses to hear alternative theories. Doesn't sound like Carl, though. Oh, I didn't know. Carl was laughed at and called emotional and made fun of on a very big channel last November. I'm going to have to go back and anybody got the link to that show that they can send me? Tim and Carl have been on Court TV together in the last couple of weeks. I think they've made up. How did we get to the Tim and Carl bro fight here? I don't know how we got there. You know what? I like Tim Jansen and I like Carl. I like them both. Charlie and the Rash both have that snake oil salesman's quality. Yep. So I'm not going to get in the middle because I listened to both of them. Okay, thank you, True. Thank you. Instead of me going back and trying to find it, it's just better if I can get a clip and I'll figure this out. I'll listen to it. Surely the spirit of the brilliant Dan Markel legal mind is here helping to push for justice. I agree, dads. And guys, I know we have our differences in who we watch, who we listen to, and all that, but we always have to remember it's justice for the Markels, justice for Dan. I love that we all have different opinions and all of this, but please, let's always remember where our center is, where our true north, as Ruth is to us, where it is. It's, I'm just kidding. Love you, girl. But I did go back and watch the stream. Okay, so we got, I just want to make sure. Okay, so we're going to watch a bit of Carl. I am going to stop it because there's things that he says. Becky says Tim and Carl disagreed on whether or not there was enough evidence to arrest Wendi. Tim has now decided that they now indeed have enough to do so. Love them both. Yeah. And we all know that. Tim, for the longest time, was like, they just don't have enough. They just don't. And but Carl went right in there. He picked out all the reasons. So listen, they're two great minds. They're two great minds, and they had a disagreement, and well, yeah. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. He knows it, though. He knows we're all saying it right now. Yes, there's really no hard feelings between the two of them. I think that they were all just feeling emotional and bringing up past stuff, just as we are yesterday and today. We're so emotionally attached to this that this crap just sends us. But even look at last week. There was channels going after other channels. And it was because everybody's so emotionally attached. Yeah. Don't tell me he's perfect. Don't tell any person they're perfect. Their heads are going to blow up. If some show sat around laughing at Carl, that's on them. Yep. But so we're going to discuss Carl right now. We're going to dissect Carl. Exactly. No one is ever perfect. And Carl Steinbach, we mean nothing about this, but you've been right on everything so far, and don't let it go to your head. But we need to see it this way. We need to hear you. And so I'm going to share Carl. I watched him over and over, and I thought I really like to have the Coffee Crew's opinions. Share Carl. Look, I have a special guest, people. So true. Irene says, so true. It's too long to explain why this case is so important to me, but like many, it makes my blood boil and I have biases. And it's what it is. And absolutely, Lindsay, people are allowed to have difference of opinions or change their minds. Absolutely. And that's what I've tried to do in here with this community, is everybody's opinion is welcome. But, like the trolls, if you're going to come in and put your opinion in, then you're going to hear somebody else's opinion. It's a discussion. Carl was the only one really looking for the worst case scenarios, and he found them all. Yeah. With regards to Karen Reed, he basically said he didn't know enough about it. That's right. He didn't know enough about it, but I would bet that Carl's very happy not to have got himself in the Karen Reed trial, because that is crazy. He's a real lawyer, right? Hi, Claudia. Just saying, an FYI, Carl is federal and JAG. He isn't state, but he's been spot on majority of things. I do disagree with a couple things, but he's not local. Yep, he's not local. I don't think he was doing too much of any commentary. I could be wrong, guys, but people think Justice for Dan community can get vocal. Oh my God, those Karen Reed supporters and non-supporters. Whew, I'll take a Wendi troll any day. I will. Tim and Carl are both great lawyers and both want justice for Dan Markel and absolutely Bumble. Well said. Well said. Rochelle, it's all because you said Carl was always right. Moving on now. He has been so far, guys. He has been so far. Carl's a bit more anal than Tim. They are both competitive as each other, though. I heard Carl went on a blocking spree if you weren't pro. Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't hear that. Hey, Paul. I did not hear that. I had to bow out of the Reed trial. It's a hornet's nest. I was watching some of it and oh my goodness, I couldn't wrap my head around the supporters on either side. Some folks kind of get really upset about KR. Carl did a show on it and people got pretty heated and his brother blocked many people. It was drama. Okay. I stepped out of the Karen Reed trial. The fans get freaky. Absolutely. Bob, that's what I did. I was like, kidding. Because I was going to do some of the Karen Reed. And I was like, oh, I can't handle this. Patricia, stop. I've got PTSD at Karen Reed's name. I'm just trying to explain the situation of what people are talking about in your chat. Well, I'm hoping we're not causing problems. Carl chose to look away from the woman who had 9 drinks and went rage driving. Just saying. I don't know anything about that. One of his mods said it wasn't Carl doing it. It wasn't her either. Okay, we're going down a bad rabbit trail here. Yes, that's exactly what I heard at True Crime Wifey. Okay, so we're just going to listen because now we're going on about a chat on Carl's page that I can't speak to because I wasn't paying attention, I guess, at that time. Yes, we can. We are going there right now. Here we go, guys. Oh, Rochelle, press the right button.
Carl Steinbach. Just want to cover some of the latest things I'm seeing in court there in Tallahassee. This thing is an absolute hot mess. Very much disappointing to see that the issues are still not being properly resolved. The issue with Daniel Rashbaum being conflicted with Donna as his current client and also Charlie Adelson, his previous client, and having represented them both over many years, it's really a bizarre thing to see that this they're trying to put a quick fix on something that's a massive constitutional fiasco mess that's not being properly addressed to date. I was really shocked to see Georgia say that she did not want Rashbaum off the case. I can understand as a prosecutor, you do not want to have this trial be derailed and not go to trial today. But the problem remains that you have a massive conflict with Rashbaum representing 2 murder defendants, one already convicted and one facing trial here today. So just saying that you got a third-party independent lawyer coming in for 30 minutes to advise Donna of her constitutional rights, who this lawyer is basically just nabbed off the streets, doesn't know anything about this case. It's just such a shocker that this would be even entertained by the court and considered credible representation for Donna. And once again, Donna was asked about
Everyone's emotions are tense at a minimum. Yeah, I paused it, guys. I paused it for a second. I wanted to say hi to Patty L. She's saying hi, Carl and John. If they were in my chat right now, I would be very excited. I'm a talking head at the moment, guys. I am. I just wanted to make sure I said hi. And okay, so the first thing I want to discuss is how he said about Georgia saying she didn't want Rashi off the trial. I can say I can understand why she said it. In the heat of the moment, I can understand why she said it, because she wanted this trial to go forward. And if there was any way around Rash, then maybe she was going to try to find it. So I don't want to fault Georgia for saying that. I don't know if you guys feel that she made an oops there, but I just don't want to fault Georgia for that.
Waiving her constitutional rights to the conflict of interest. And once again, it was all yes, no, yes, no. And the judge said, you voluntarily, are waiving this, but he never addressed the part about whether she intelligently and knowingly waived this constitutional right to have conflict-free counsel. So this thing is still not being properly addressed. It's still a massive appellate issue. And in my opinion, it will be busted on appeal if they don't get rid of Rashbaum and also Alex Morris. Alex Morris can say all he wants that he was not a part of any knowledge of what Rashbaum had gained from information representing Charlie Adelson. But the bottom line is, what the way ethical rules work is that the entire team is presumed to be tainted. And so you can't cure it by just getting rid of Rashbaum and then having Alex Morris continue on. So we're talking about a wholesale mass change of lawyers here for Donna to have conflict-free counsel. And what's really so upsetting about this is that this should have been done from day one when Rashbaum tried to get on the case. The judge should have inquired and should have basically said, no, I'm not going to keep you on this case. This poses too much of a conflict that cannot be adequately resolved. And the real shocker here, I could not believe it, is that Rashbaum never got a waiver from Charlie to represent his mom, Donna. That's like lawyer 101 kind of stuff for him not to have that in writing. Because as a lawyer, what you want to do is make sure your client never comes back on you and says, hey, you didn't properly advise me of this conflict. So this is like a massive, massive failure on the part of Rashbaum, which shows he's just completely over his head on this case. He has no business, from what I've seen, representing Donna, because he doesn't even understand how the rules of conflicts work.
I love that. He has no business being on this case. That's okay, Patty L. The winds they are changing, the truth will prevail. Sorry, I just got on, wasn't really paying attention to what channel, so that's okay. I was excited there for a minute. The delay in interfering with her momentum, and she's done nothing else for so long. She knows what she's doing. She does know what she's doing. I'll never take that away from her. Tattles. Hey, Tattles. Welcome. Hey, everyone. Leon County got snowed. They didn't project the dirty deal. Yep, they did. Taking you all with me to the kitchen to make popcorn. That's a good idea. I still say they should have moved on without Charlie. He will never cooperate. But you were still going to have this dirty lawyer issue. You're still going to have that. I have lived there. People are nuts. If they call Rash as a witness now, it'll show they were accommodating him. Will show that they were accommodating, because they wouldn't have been able to call him as a witness before. But won't that be nice, guys, having Rashi on the stand? Oh, that will be. Hey, Ian. Hello, my friend. But Carl, he goes after Rash. That's right. Conversation welcome, but no trolls. All chatters are good people. Absolutely. That's what this community is, such an amazing group. And you know what? At 4:00 in the morning, this morning, there was quite a few of the coffee crew in there. And I'm telling you, you all just made my heart swell. You truly did. You truly did with the situation that came up. I'd like to see Georgia question Rash. She trusts him in all his lies. She trusts him? I'm not sure what that word is. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I tell Rash, oh, well, we'll get to that too. Cross it. Yeah. Cross examination of Rashi will be a treat. Absolutely. Nothing, Paul. Not a sign today at all. Patty L. Rash knew before he came in that he was going to eventually be taken off the case and didn't inform DA. That, not that I care, but it was good to see her reaction. Unethical by him, though, I believe. Absolutely. He lied. He lied from December on. I do. I hope Judge Everett enjoyed his cupcakes. I really do. It's okay, Rash. We'll move on to some other lies. Or the other one where he might say to Georgia, well, do you have that? Can I see it? And then she says, we'll move on to something else. Oh, that would be brilliant. I wait for that because, you know, he pissed her off. He's coming on that stand. He pissed her off enough. He's coming on. Actually, Dad, she did have tears. Katie Kool-Lady saw it. There was another person that saw it. Like when they were leaving the courtroom, she was in hysterics. And Katie Kool-Lady herself said those were real tears. Wasn't it nice to see her finally cry, even though we know the tears were only feeling sorry for herself? She finally cried. Well, I don't say it was nice because I didn't find it nice that she was only crying for herself. I just don't like that. If she can't shed tears for anybody else, only herself, that didn't it made me angry more than anything. Yeah, Rash is a liar. He's going to come back and bite. It's going to come and bite him. I think Kimber was here under a different name and was okay. Okay, maybe she's under a different name. Donna was definitely crying for herself. Absolutely, Tattles. Charlie is going to get his revenge one way or another. And I agree, Patricia. That's what I said earlier on in the show. I said, I'm not counting him out right now. It's embarrassing Georgia never asked to see the waiver. As a lawyer, she should make sure justice for Dan means this does not come back on an appeal and more pain for the Markels. It's a stain on them all. It's a stain on them all. I will agree. Our people too, fake tears, but herself and losing Rashi. Yep. Donna was losing Robert all over again. I don't think it was losing Robert. I don't think she cares about Robert. I think she was really connected to Rash. She was crying I don't even think she was crying for the fact that Rash was going. She was crying for the fact that her trial was delayed. Her son threw her under the bus. And now she was going to be sitting in Leon County for God knows how long. She was definitely upset at losing Rash. She loves him more than her own kids. The Markels have been crying for 10 years. Absolutely, dads. That's why I said Donna's tears didn't do anything for me. They pissed me off because I'm like, you know what? You don't know what pain is. You do not know what pain is. Ruth Markel, Phil Markel, Shelly Markel know what pain is. It's great to see Donna unhinged and wonder why and not be able to talk to Charlie. I bet you she wants to talk to him right now. Rash was the last link to her old life. I agree with that. But I'm hoping he is dumb enough to call her. I'm hoping he is dumb enough to call her. I think Donna and Charlie both manipulate Rash. She wouldn't be able to do this to another attorney. No, I still believe there's a link. There's a financial link to the Adelsons and Rashbaum. There's a financial link there. That's why I say Georgia and Sarah in possible hot water with Campbell. It was a mistake. They are regrouping. Yep. And that's why I said it's a stain on them all. It's a stain on Judge Everett. It's a stain on them all. I will not support them, but I will say, let's put on the stilettos, ladies. Let's get to work. Let's bring them all in. Enough's enough. Enough's enough. Your chess game is over. Let's start playing poker. Let's play the big girl sport here. The truly sad thing is she's delusional, thinking she's going to ever go home. She's finally going to get her just reserved. Exactly, Patty. Paul says, I can't stop thinking of Charlie's mugshot smirk. Did he know what was coming? I believe he did. I believe he did. That's why I said Charlie played a game. He played Rashi and his mom the other day. He played the game. So I'm not saying he's not playing a game. I'm not saying he's not got more up his sleeve. She was crying because she looks like a Queenage Mutant Ninja Turtle these days. That's right. No, Donna and Charlie can't communicate through Rashi, but Rashi's was no longer Charlie's lawyer, so it'd be very dangerous. And if he did communicate with Charlie, it's not protected. It would not be protected.
And how you mitigate those and resolve those. So, but then again, you also have the prosecution. They're not properly standing up and saying, you know, we need to run this to the ground, Your Honor. We strenuously object to Rashbaum being an attorney on this case. They should have done that from day one, and they should have kicked him off from day one. And now this whole thing is exploding up in their face. And now they're trying to say, let's just keep the train rolling down the tracks. We don't care that there's busted up rails and a down bridge or two ahead of us. We just don't care because we just want to get to trial and get the conviction, which they'll obviously get if this goes to trial. But if you want to get it done right and you want to make the conviction stand, what you need to do is get rid of all these attorneys. So I don't know if the judge is going to go down that route, and I hope he does. You hate to see this, and I'm not happy about it. I feel especially bad for all the Markels having flown down there just to see this absolute disaster show unraveling. But you just need to get it right from the ground up. You can't have this quicksand foundation on a stone house that you're trying to build. So it's just basically a house of cards right now, the legal apparatus that they're trying to build this case on. And so the prosecution needs to get they need to get their knowledge of the law squared away and not just drive forward and say, well, we just want that conviction. We don't really care about the appeal. So no, as a prosecutor, you need to make sure you got your ducks in a row from a legal footing. You don't want to just try a case, throw it over the fence, and you get a conviction. And when you're not doing stuff to protect the record on appeal. So this case.
No, he was never Charlie's attorney. It's like your toilet running over because of an unknown clog.
Case is full of holes right now with Rashbaum and Alex Morris on the case. And if the judge doesn't remove them, then, well, okay, you'll get a conviction. And then we'll hear a couple years from now how they'll have to retry Donna. So why try her twice when you just get it right the first time? And it'll be a year and a half delay, obviously, at least, to get new counsel on the case. I don't think new counsel are going to demand speedy trial, given the volume of documentary and digital evidence that they have to review. So in any case, that's something that hopefully the judge will bring some sanity to this case. Because right now, it looks like all these lawyers have no clue what they're doing. They think they just cobble stuff together and make it legally sufficient from a ethics standpoint. And even the case that was cited by the judge, the Colker case, it talks about the potential of a conflict. Okay. So here it's like an actual conflict. It's not a potential conflict. So I hope the judge uses his inherent authority granted to him by the state courts and case law, that he has the authority to remove the entire defense team and start over. So that would be really the most appropriate thing to do. But if they don't want to do the appropriate thing, and they just want to get a trial and just put some quick fixes in for the derailed train tracks ahead and just keep this train moving, then I guess that'll be what happens. But like I say, it's going to be a short-lived victory, because they're going to have to start all over in a couple years. So I just don't get this. It's just very, very, very much a disgrace. It's very much a disgrace what's going on down there in that courtroom. I can tell you that Rashbaum also sitting there slumped over. He actually looks like Charlie sitting there, doesn't he? He hasn't had to say a single thing. He's letting Alex do all this work, answering the court. And the judge never inquired, as I mentioned, to Donna's knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently waiver of something that's of a constitutional magnitude that'll bust the whole case open on appeal. So this whole thing, as it stands right now, will be busted on appeal, because no one's doing the right job here to cure.
And at that point there, do you guys believe that Donna knew? I'm wondering if Rashbaum had said to her, waive it, because keep it quiet, because if you get convicted, you can use this for an appeal. Visualize the courtroom, everyone in there, judge, prosecutor, and defense team. Suddenly, everyone's pants fall down at the same time. It was like a legal earthquake in Tallahassee. It was bad. It was bad. Chat was going so fast. Now it's going, not moving at all.
You're this massive, massive problem. So I hate to say that, but this is something that I've been having nothing but very strong concerns, because I figured in the end, this is not properly squared away, and we will have to face the justice of it and the improprieties of this sooner or later down the road. So they might as well get this done now. They might as well try to get it fixed the right way and get rid of this crazy clown show of a defense. It's absolutely appalling that this thing could go on this way, and that you don't even have a written waiver from Charlie. That's so it's just so shocking. But like I say, there's so many levels of shock for me that none of these attorneys are getting the fact that this is something that's going to reverse the case on appeal. And I'm speaking of that from a constitutional standpoint. I don't need to know Florida law. We're just talking about the constitutional basics of the Sixth Amendment right to conflict-free counsel and the Supreme Court case law on that. And it's like something that I guess is a case. It's a situation of first impression for all these lawyers. And Georgia mentioned she briefly looked at the case law. Well, really, after all these months and knowing Rashbaum's on the case, that's what they should have done in the very beginning when they first heard of Rashbaum making an appearance. Is they should have done a deep dive on the case law and realized that this is not going to come out good. This is not going to come out clean. You're basically setting yourself up to get reversible error. So this is a setup, and Rashbaum is, considered. We've heard him say that he considers Donna like a mother figure to him. And anytime you're that emotional with a client, you lose your focus. You're making emotional decisions. Your head is too much tied to how you want the client to feel rather than giving the blunt truth. And think about it also, there's a lot of money to be made by representing Donna after Charlie. So, I would say that lawyers can be clouded by that as well. The opportunity to make hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, which most clients walking into a criminal defense lawyer's office will never have. And the clients will never pay more than, something like usually $10, $20, $30,000 for a lawyer fee. So they're in the Miami area. So in the end, I think we're going to see here what the judge decides. Judge Everett, I think, wants to do the right thing. I think this is one of those things where the judge has to have the courage to think like, hey, do I want to get reversed on appeal?
Actually, to that, Dads, who thinks that Harvey was on the phone yesterday to Rashbaum requesting money back? Paul says, I think there might be a plea deal coming. She'd have to turn on Wendi. That's the only thing Georgia will give. She'd have to turn on Wendi and say something about Charlie, like turn on Charlie and admit her guilt. That's the only thing Georgia will give. That would only be the only way they would plea with Donna, is to give up Wendi and Charlie's involvement. Yeah, I bet you he was on that phone in a heartbeat wanting money back. Do you think Rash gives the money back? I don't think Rash gives the money back. I really don't.
Do I want to upset the family and the prosecution and all this kind of stuff? But it's just an ugly, ugly, hot mess that's not going to be cured by the judge trying to fix it here and saying let's bring this third party lawyer in who's not really independent anyway, because I'm sure he's contacted by Alex Morris, and so he having a loyalty to Alex Morris and Rashbaum in his advice to Donna. And why wouldn't he talk Donna out of it? It looks like he's a very young lawyer, and if these very well seasoned lawyers don't even get this conflict issue, how's this young guy going to properly advise Donna? And so anyway, it's very much a
Rashi's probably hoping he gets arrested. Like True said, Harvey will sue Rashi if he doesn't return money, in my opinion. However, if he's arrested, he can't sue. No Rashi money back. The Adelsons are all about money. Yep, they are. Supreme Court will say we don't how many waivers there are. The defendant did not understand the rights she gave up. But that's a hard one though, Claudia, because Judge Everett asked her like 4 times. They'll sue him if he doesn't. Yeah, if he doesn't. I hope if there are any pleas, the Markels are consulted before they are granted. Absolutely, B-Rabbit. Absolutely. Maybe Rashi will flee to Vietnam. Rash would give money back, but he just bought a mansion. Oops, I did it again. I looked really bad. No plea deals. Nobody gives up. Nobody blood is thicker than water. Not in this family, Patty. Rash won't give any money back. In my opinion, he's greedy. Yep. I don't think he gives money back. I think Georgia has the class for that. Rashi is at the beach house right now. Absolute Claudia. Sorry, it wasn't. Don't care how many waivers. Oh, okay. Thank you. Rashi is at the beach. Absolutely. I think he would be like, yep, sue me. Whatever. You're going to spend more money in court. More money.
very much a disturbing situation there. And so in the end, if we get this case to trial today or tomorrow, and we will get a rapid conviction for Donna, I'm just saying that there's probably a very high likelihood it gets reversed on appeal. So that's the thing. Do they want to fix it right now? And it's like it's sort of like using fix a flat when you got a flat tire and you got to run a cross country trip across the United States. Are you going to use fix a flat, or are you going to bring it to a good tire shop and get that professionally repaired that hole? But this is really like a blowout tire, so they're pretty much riding on rims now with no rubber on the road. So are you going to drive a cross country trip with a blowout tire? That's pretty much how much of a disaster this is, because they're not going to make it to the finish line, which is a confirmed on appeal conviction for Donna Adelson. So,
Brian, that you're right. The whole waiver thing is just bugging me. They aren't enforceable. It turns out, no, he could have changed his mind any minute. He could have revoked it any minute. Would we be okay with 10 years for Donna if she gave up Wendi? I would. I truly would. She's not going to live 10 years. B-Rat agreed, Sky Troop, but I am not familiar enough with the legal system to know if this is a given. Must have missed something. Sorry, guys. Oh, Mike, you blame Georgia. Really? Why do you blame Georgia, Mike? What would the coffee crew, this community, be okay if the prosecution gave her a deal? What would be okay in this community to get Wendi, screw Charlie on his appeal? She'd have to give up Harvey too. They would want everybody. The waiver seems like how a DNR, do not resuscitate order. It can be changed or revoked at any time. So really, why even have it? Why even have it? A lawyer should not do it. It should just be, you can't do it. No, sir. No way. Done. Why even have this waiver? It's toilet paper is more useful than this waiver. I'd be okay if she got 10 years for turning on Wendi. I'd trade a whole Harvey for a Wendi. She should have seen this stunt coming. Yeah, that's why I said there's a stain on everybody. There's a stain on everybody. 15 years, give up all, pay the costs of their clusterfuck. Yep. So we're in the 15 to 25, Myrna, hello, 25 years. I think they'd agree to leave Harvey alone, get him on tax evasion. Charlie isn't in control of his life anymore, thought he'd let them all know he's still got some influence, even though he doesn't. Yep. Thank you. Hit the like, everyone. Michelle's the best. Well, I'm not, but it's okay. Give Donna 15 years with parole, possibly after 7. I don't think I'd give her parole. I don't know if I'd be okay with that, but that's a good. I'm not convinced Donna won't give up Wendi and Charlie. I'm very familiar with a mother figure like Donna, and she will cut you out without a second thought if she dreams you no longer useful. Same as what she did with Robert. She cut him out. Mike Petty, yes, she should have, and the judge. Yep, there is a stain on everybody. We can't say there isn't. 10 years for Donna to have Wendi locked up for the rest of her life. Yep. 20 years with chance of parole after 8. 48 months, just my opinion. She's very old and won't have any good life if out. That would be a sweet deal. Let Grandma Dynamite rot in jail. Give Harvey 5 years. Carl will explain waivers on this video or the other one called more fallout from Rashi's withdrawal. No parole, Leah says. Has to give up Wendi and let Harvey go. He can be gotten on other aspects of family corruption. Yeah, he could. Absolutely. Listen, Georgia. Listen, Jack Campbell. Coffee crew knows what they're talking about. Give Grandma Gotti some kind of deal. Get a closure on Charlie. Get a closure on Wendi. And let's go. Let's go. By the time she would get out of jail, The boys are going to be much older. They're going to be doing their own thing. She won't have any effect on them. Get them all in jail now. Worst punishment for the Adelsons would be to take all their money. That's right. We just want Wendi off the streets. Get her off the streets. I'm at the point I don't give a crap how they do it. They just need to do it. This has been too much on the Markels. Way too much.
Anyway, it's just such a shocker, and I do not have any idea which way the judge is going to rule, other than the fact that I put that in the heading here, that the judge should remove all of them if he wants to clean this hot mess up. And so in any event, I'll go ahead and answer any questions you have now.
Okay, we won't do... I can do Carl's openings. I just can't do his questions because that's taking away from his channel. Harvey being a social pariah, no family, depleted finances, living off coupons, get Wendi. 10 years plus volunteer at a Jewish community center across the country preparing kosher meals for weddings. Oh, that is good. This is a better video of Carl because he goes off. The next video of Carl's is the title, Get Rid of All the Lawyers. Yeah, I'm going to watch the other one. I stop it before he gets into his answer. I'm doing his openings and that's it. Well, I love you. I'm not sure what that means. I don't think it was for us. Wendi should be arrested today. Absolutely. So his next video is... Sorry, Carl's. Let's go to Carl Steinbach. It's lives. And True, you said which one, Carl's? It's titled Get Rid of All Lawyers. Judge must remove all Adelson lawyers. That's the one we just watched. More fallout from the Rashbaum withdrawal. Which one? Oh, maybe not. Okay.
And then both.
He's in the same seat in each one. So just so you know, if you don't already, Donna is 73 years old. Yep. It is worth it to give Donna a deal because of her age, 10 years with probation and 7 for the life sentence for Wendi. I agree. I said 4 years for Donna if Wendi is turned in and convicted to life. Yep. She'd have to give the deets. She'd have to give hardcore evidence to exactly. Donna's gonna get out if she got a deal and she got out, she's gonna be too old. She's gonna be hated wherever she goes. Oh, Carl says lots in both videos. Yeah. Donna is a murdering bitch and should spend the rest of her life in jail. She is, Gamma. But if it comes down to the fact that how do we get them all and get this over for the Markels so they don't have to keep living this every single day, I can definitely agree with that deal for DA. She will still never see her sunshines ever again. Okay, so I just want to see if this... Oh, yeah, okay. Judge must remove all Adelson lawyers. Yeah, I'm sure that was what we... It's my fault because I've watched some of them.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. Carl Steinbach here. Just wanted to cover the explosive events of today where we saw Daniel Rashbaum telling Judge Everett he needs to withdraw because Charlie Adelson has not granted a withdrawal, not consented to the waiver of the conflict that he has with his mother, Donna. So this is something that was highly expected for him to have these issues that would delay the trial if it raised its ugly head. And as we saw, the waiver was problematic, and this was something that was an ongoing issue that could raise its ugly head at a moment's notice, because decisions like this on waiver can be rescinded and withdrawn. So that's exactly what happened with Charlie. And Charlie obviously has a different counsel, and that wasn't factored in Rashbaum handling this case of Donna. And like I've said from the beginning, this thing is very strange for an attorney to handle two back-to-back murder trials for co-defendants involved in the same murder, involving the same victim. It's just unprecedented. You don't see this kind of thing in day-to-day legal practice. And so it was very, very problematic from the get-go. It's something the prosecution sat on and didn't do anything about it. The judge did a brief inquiry, but there was no true vetting and understanding for Donna on what this ramification was. And really, there's such a potential for a conflict that if you stop to think about it, Rashbaum could not even discuss the option of Donna rolling over and flipping on other family members, specifically to include Charlie, because that's something he was prohibited from discussing. And as soon as she would have said something like, hey, I wonder if I should plead guilty and cooperate with the state, if she would have said that as well, Rashbaum would have had to immediately withdraw as counsel of the case. He could not proceed forward, at least not discuss that with her. So Rashbaum had this inherent massive constitutional crisis problem on this case, and nobody called him out on it. Apparently now he said that he did have a written waiver at one point, but we never saw it. He never stated the date that it was supposedly signed by Charlie. And supposedly Alex Morris never saw it either, and that's what he represented earlier this morning in court. So we therefore saw this tragedy of this case not going forward. It's all messed up. Rashbaum started it, but no one else held his feet to the fire. No one else did their jobs of looking past this ridiculous waiver and setting forth all the type of scenarios of conflicts that could basically derail this case. It's exactly what happened the day of the trial is supposed to start. So what great timing, and what a great what a great example of, if you don't do the right thing and you don't make sure you got your ducks in a row and you don't make sure the constitutional issues are resolved well before trial, as soon as they present themselves, this is the kind of thing that happens. So we basically wasted all this time since Donna got arrested last November, all because why? Because the counsel was derelict in not properly making sure that that there wouldn't be this potential conflict from happening, and there's not proper vetting. So with this all going on, and now Rashbaum having to withdraw from the case, at least the good thing about it is that it's going to be somewhat conflict-free at this point, but it's still not conflict-free. And
sorry, guys. Claudia, I'm not sure what you mean. They are still doing it. How do they not get this? I'm not sure what you're talking about there. Sorry, Claudia. Hey, Shiraz. Did you all see the STS interview with Rashbaum on the whole conflict, not a conflict thing? Yep. I saw it when it first played, but I saw it again today. Charlie finally cut the umbilical cord. That's what I said. That's exactly what I was saying. Oh, yeah, still making conflicts. Absolutely. I agree with Carl that Morris needs to step away and be done with it. He is such a liar. He is. The man needs to be disbarred. I would honestly, if I lived in the States, if I lived in Florida, I'd be making noise. I would be making noise. I wouldn't shut up till somebody heard me. And I would try to get other people to join me. I would noise on that.
Until the other attorney on the case, Alex Morris, is withdrawn from the case as well. And what I think is happening is this thing was such a bombshell shocker going on in the courtroom this morning and this afternoon that I think when Judge Everett brought Alex Morris in the back room there, he'd already represented that he hadn't discussed anything about Charlie's case with him. I think what he likely told them was that you need to get off this case as well, but I'm giving you roughly 4 weeks to get off the case. By 15 October, you better make sure she has new counsel, because I will raise the issue then that you're conflicted, because I don't see any way that Alex Morris can sit there and say he doesn't have potentially any information that was mistakenly released or inadvertently released, or maybe even intentionally spoken and then retracted by Rashbaum. So once you're part of a conflicted team, you are conflicted as well. That's pretty much been the standard that I've known my whole 34 years of practicing law. So I would say that's the same standard down there in Florida. So I would suspect that Donna's now going to have to spend more money looking for different counsel, and that's going to probably be another $1 million. So that's something I guess they deserve. And so if you saw Donna.
No, I agree, Shiraz. Somebody's got to be representing her at the moment. I agree about that. Morris is just doing the right thing while Donna finds a new legal team. She shouldn't be left without any legal representation. Morris will be back off once she's replaced him. I agree. Now, I'm hoping he's not another Rashbaum and seeing a paycheck. I can't say he is because I don't know the man, but they tend to attracts like. John Steinbach has the Brainwashing Children channel. Oh, I'm going to have to check that channel out. They absolutely deserve to lose all their money. They do. True. Can you put Carl's channel link? I know everybody here is probably already linked to it. And John's channel in the chat. I would appreciate it.
I was pretty much sobbing a lot, crying in the courtroom based on the fact that she's losing Daniel Rashbaum now. So keep in mind, Rashbaum, she's been talking to ever since she's been locked up. They talk nightly. It's almost like a bed check for him. And as you recall, Rashbaum referred to her as sort of like a mother figure for him. So with that being the dynamics of a relationship,
Carl, I would say it's their form of tucking each other in at night. Yeah, if anybody can post that link, that would be great. Carl's link and our very own Crimes Untangled. Crimes Untangled, if you could put your link in the chat. Crimes Untangled is one of our moderators, and she is following the P. Diddy trial or P. Diddy case. So if anybody's interested in P. Diddy, go and check out Crimes Untangled. Morris copy Georgia. Stay tuned. He knows something's coming. Yeah, I took offense to that, Paul. I took offense to him saying that. I took offense because it sounded like he was mocking her at that moment. I really took offense to it.
Something that sounds beyond the normal attorney-client relationship. It's going to be really hard on her in the jail. They're not having Rashbaum there to call up and discuss stuff. And keep in mind, he could be a go-between also maybe with Charlie and share information between them. So that's going to be cut off now too, because Rashbaum will completely cut her off. There's not going to be any follow-up. Rashbaum is not even going to share the attorney-client file with whatever new attorney gets hired on the case. And so it's we're basically starting from scratch, because if Morris is also getting off the case, which he should, in my opinion, then that means she's going to have brand new counsel. And with brand new counsel, guess what? We could be looking at least another year and a half. So what Rashbaum basically did was guarantee that his client's not going to be able to go to trial for a year and a half by creating this huge blunder and thinking that he can handle 2 murder cases. So it's just such a reckless type of thing he did to try to take on 2 murder clients. It's just very, very much as we've seen from other comments from attorneys or folks connected to attorneys that said, yeah, in their jurisdictions, the judges would never tolerate this. Rashbaum would never be sitting there representing a second murder case, and especially when you got such a whack of a story that this double extortion. I mean, it's Donna's goose was cooked. She was not going to come out of this unscathed. So you take a case that's a slam dunk win, and you don't do anything to get the conflicted counsel off the case, and these are the consequences. So I do believe, therefore, that I think Alex Morris was just given a short leash to get off the case. I think that third counsel guy, he probably won't be seen either, and he probably hasn't had any discussions with attorneys of any substance of any kind, since he just got basically pulled off the street. So I would say that they need somebody more experienced as well. He looked pretty green. So I would say that in the end, it's been a wasted time. But the positive thing is, at least Donna's been locked up for that time. But I think the state needs to really amp up their efforts now, quit being asleep at the switch, and just go ahead and arrest Wendi and also Harvey. Quit dragging your feet. Get this thing on the road. Are you going to wait another year and a half to go to trial, and let Wendi then have all that extra time to be free roaming around? I would say this is really an outrage if they sit on their hands again and are not aggressive and proactive on pursuing justice for the Markel family. So the thing is, I think that so we didn't need to get a ruling from Judge Everett on this case of Rashbaum's conflict. I was thinking and hoping that Judge Everett would do the right thing. I had no idea what he's willing to do, but I do think, like I say, they're trying to save face from having from Donna walking out of there with no attorneys whatsoever. This thing being such a disaster bombshell that you go from starting day one of trial to her having no lawyers. I think that was too much for them to bear down there in Tallahassee from embarrassment. So I think that's what they decided to do, is leave the other less conflicted counsel on, just so she can find new counsel. So it doesn't look like she went from going to day one of trial to no trial and no lawyers. So that's, you just.
Could you imagine? Oh, could you? I'd like to find a trial that Carl Steinbach done. I would like to find. Could you imagine?
Just never see that. That's just how bizarre this case is. But I just hope the prosecution doesn't get more timid, and they basically retreat and don't regroup and keep on advancing the cause. So with that, I'll go ahead and take questions here.
Okay, we won't get into that part. I don't think Donna would have given up Charlie until he did that this week. She would give up Wendi in a heartbeat, and now you're not guilty. Maybe Charlie sent a message to Donna. I don't know. I think something's playing out. I honestly do, but I just don't know what it. Watching John's channel made me understand Carl's dedication. John Steinbach attended the trials. Yeah. So I'm going to bring up that interview with Ruth. Sorry, guys. Let me just stop sharing here. It's a short. Oh, 1 sec. We'll get it over here. Going to bring up now you're talking. Okay, share screen. Sorry, guys. I just want to bring this up. There we go. And I went over and subbed to the channel, so please, everybody else, do the same.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the show. Today, I have on the other line Ruth Markel, who is the author of The Unveiling, which is basically a story of her having to deal with her murdered son 9 years ago. He was a Florida State University law professor, gunned down in his garage by 2 hitmen. The trials are still ongoing right now. And according to the state, the people that orchestrated this hit were actually his ex-in-laws. And a trial's coming up in October of Charlie Adelson, who's, again, according to state, one of the ringmasters of this horrible murder. So I'm going to bring Ruth on. Ruth, welcome to the program. Today we're going to be talking about brainwashing children and brainwashing grandchildren, which is what happened to me. It happened to you. And we both basically wrote books about it. Mine's more, specific to brainwashing children. In fact, that's the name of the book. But tell everyone a quick backdrop of your story and also what you're passionate about these days.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me on the program. I am very passionate about all the issues related. Since my son, Dan Markel, was murdered, I'm very, very interested to share the experience of grief, but also the whole disturbance to the family that we experienced when we couldn't see our grandchildren for 6 years following some of the arrests in the case. And so what I'm eager to talk about today is, as I've been talking about grandparent alienation, and of course parental alienation comes into it, and brainwashed children, many times they're all interwoven together. And one of the things that I've started to really notice, and listening to so many people have come to me after some of the sessions, after the podcasts, and they've shared their really tough experiences. And one of the things I noticed is how many people have what I'm going to just call very repetitive, negative thoughts, and they can't seem to even get to the experience of sort of wanting to see the child and having the freedom when they do see the children to drop this experience of all their negative thinking. And they have a visit, and that's all they can talk about is how they couldn't see them, why they couldn't see them, and so forth. So I really would like, you wrote brainwashing book and on children, and I really want to talk today about the focus of how do we go from a bottleneck into some breakthroughs, and how do we help people not get stuck in this repetitive cycle and help them shift to better outcomes.
Sure. Let me jump straight into some of the solutions I came up with. And these are ones that I actually employed on my son years ago. And today we have a completely restored, normalized relationship. So the first one of my 5 is stop talking about the alienation when you're with them. So if you're away from them for a while and now you finally get to see them, like what happened to you, is you want to say things to them and say, look, I'm not the person you're portrayed, or what are you being told about us? You cannot go down that path because they're going to immediately be defensive and they're going to feel caught in the middle. And that's in itself not a good thing to be doing to them. You need to give them peace of mind. And how you do that is you just enjoy them like they're a normal friend that you haven't seen in a while. You ask them questions. What's going on? How's school going? What kind of hobbies are you into? What kind of, hey, are you on Snapchat? Oh, I've been trying to get on that too, but I thought it's just for kids. Just engage them with fun and humor and no drama, because I can guarantee you if they're living with a alienating parent, they're not getting that at home at all. They're not getting questions asked them, and they're not getting much empathy from that parent at all, because a parent that's willing to brainwash their own kids to despise normal, loving people, they don't have a bone of empathy in their body. So you need to show that empathy and just enjoy being around them. So that'd be the first one. What are your thoughts on that one about not just don't bring drama into the mix?
No, I think actually that's very, very helpful in just creating the ambiance of learning about what is the child or the adolescent or adult, even for that matter, up to now, and sort of what are their areas of interest, and really listen. I think the opportunity not to talk so much and to share your negative feelings is very important. Mm-hmm. That's great. What other thoughts do you have?
The next one, and this has to do with more custody issues. So especially if you're separated from the child, is when you do have access to them, it's usually through a court order, is maximize your time spent with them. Don't just take 2 out of the 3 weeks you have if it's a summer. Don't just take a Sunday if you have Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You have to take advantage of those moments, because it takes a couple of days for a child that's been brainwashed to unwind and actually realize, hey, I can put my guard down and actually have a good time. And the other parent won't know about it, and I won't get in trouble for having a good time. So this is more for cases where a parent has limited time, and they do have some court time, though, awarded to them, which you can explain maybe to the audience that you didn't have any court protected time being a grandparent who lived out of the country. But maximize your time spent if you have a custody agreement. Thoughts, Ruth?
I think that's very, very important, especially in these divorce situations that you're describing, and also work with the if there's a coordinator in the court that really manages the visits. Make sure that you communicate what is the need for your plan of how much time you actually have, and certainly make sure that you get that time.
Okay, the next one I'm going to get into is be the polar opposite of your ex. So what I did was I knew I was facing an uphill battle because I didn't have the benefit of the majority of the time. I knew I was being maligned in his home. So I just wrote down a list of what are all the things that she's doing that's undermining my relationship with my son, and what bad, parenting traits does she have. And I wrote it down, and on the other side of the paper, I wrote down, okay, here's what I'm going to do to be the opposite of that. And quite frankly, being under the gun as an alienated parent, it forced me to be a better dad and to step up, because we don't have to face this. You're not going to be on your A game as a parent all the time, right? So I had to be on the A game because I was under a microscope. And every time he'd get home, I'm certain she was pestering with questions and what I do, what I not, more specifically, what did I fail to do as a parent? So you got to be the opposite of them. And that really helped me. And I think it helped really hasten the recovery of our alienated state, is by honestly, it made me a better parent by focusing on myself to do all the things correctly and not do the things that she was doing to harm him in our relationship.
Did you introduce any new activities, like things that your son had never done? Because I think that would also create this sort of difference, and taking him to, whether it's a gym, whether it's another cultural activity, I think the contrasts are good too.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you can do something that they like, in my case, it was a little bit easier because he's my son. I knew like basketball, and I already like basketball, NBA specifically. So we could talk about basketball for the first hour of our time together. And then I realized he's really knowledgeable about this more than I am. Then I'd really deep dive with him. And then I could tell he liked the fact that I'm acknowledging his expertise in NBA games. What I was also able to do is, and people sometimes call us Disney dads. Guess what? Kids don't mind it if you take them to do fun things, because they bond with you and they remember all those times. Our two things were skiing or cruising. So once a year, I'd take him on a cruise ship or take him skiing in Colorado. And that was a great way. And you're absolutely right. Mm-hmm. It was a great way to just bond. And do you think I brought up any of the alienation at all during our time together? Not a single time. So he knew by the age of 10, 11, 12, that when he was with me, it's going to be a drama-free time, and we're going to have a great time, and we're going to be talking NBA. He's going to be showing me some new apps, and we'll be playing basketball together. And so, yeah, it's very instrumental to find some things that they like to do and join in with them.
I think that really helps too. And also in finding out, one of the things that I did when they were younger, and actually after we were able to see them, is really find out what are some of the age appropriate gifts for their birthday, or for some, something like Christmas or Hanukkah or whatever. And I consulted, because my other grandchildren are much older, and I was able to sort of find out specifically what's in now. What are the kids playing with, or whatever they're reading, or whatever they're doing on the digital stuff. And I think that's also important. So you start to show interest in what's age appropriate for their stage.
Correct. And that leads to my last one, which is kind of ties into when I get told earlier about listening to them, I missed that one. Give them options and ask them opinions. This is big, because I can guarantee you a narcissistic type of parent A brain parent does not do this. They don't ask them questions, the kids questions, and they don't ask for their opinions. They dictate demands. They tell them what they're going to do. They don't ask them questions like, well, what did you think last night of that movie? Or, hey, this weekend I'm thinking about taking you here, taking you there. What do you think? Or what about dinner tonight? Do you want some chicken, steak, or do you want some leftover shrimp from last night? So by asking them questions, you're immediately going to stand out as being different from the other parent. And they're not used to that. In today's culture, so few people ask them questions and try to get to know them. They just talk about themselves the whole time. It's a very, I guess, a selfish society we have today, where very few people really want to get to know anything about you. That if you do that, especially in a situation like that, over the course of years, it's going to make inroads. Like I said, I'm proof that it works. All these tips that I'm talking about today, I didn't learn in a book written by a professional who's got degrees about all this stuff. I'm from the school of hard knocks. I came up with, I thought, was just some common sense solutions, and it really worked. So back to you, Ruth. Thoughts?
I think that's very, very important, and I believe also the mindset. And one of the things that parents and grandparents who are suffering, and they really are suffering, this is painful, to be cut off from your children or your grandchildren. And it's all this sort of self-talk, which is negative. It's never going to happen. It's not going to work out. I won't know where to meet them. I don't know if this is the right situation. And once you make up your mind to move beyond that and take some choice in this, do some shifts, some real psychological shifting from the old position to where you want to be and what can be. And I think that, to me, is the most important message. What can be is very different from what you have now.
Yeah. And the reality is it's never going to be ideal. It's not going to be perfect. You got to containerize that pain. You can't, blow it up and make it consume your life. And I think you're a good example of that, Ruth. In the time that I've known you, you could easily just play a victim this entire time and play poor me. And you have a horrible story what happened to you. You haven't done that. Look, you've taken the bull by the horns. You're an advocate now. You wrote a book. That's exactly what I do. And that might be number 6, is use this pain and help other people and create something new in your life. And that's exactly what you've done, Ruth. Kudos to you. I feel like I've done a little bit the same way with my channel, Brainwashing Children, my YouTube videos, and helping other. So it's easy to fall in the victim mode. You got to keep going forward and never give up. That's another very important point, Ruth. A lot of parents give up, especially fathers. They just throw in the towel. And I tell them, don't give up, because now you're feeding into the narrative of the brainwashing parent. Now you feed into the narrative that, well, you're not loving, you're unkind, and you're unfit. Well, you just fed into that if you give up. So, but giving up, but you can also do this. You can take a break. At one point, I told my son, look, I'm tired of the drama. I'm tired of every weekend that I'm pulling you up to my home, that you're crying and everyone's upset. I need a break. And he said, I said that about the age of 10 or 11. And he actually said, yeah, I think that's a good idea. I said to my son, when you want to come see you or pick you up, you let me know. And about 3 months later, he reached out to me. So some would say, oh, that's not a good thing to do. You can't give up on him for 3 months. No, it's taking a 3-month break. And if you need to do that, that's fine. There are no perfect solutions here. Taking timeouts are good, but just never, ever give up on your child. Would you agree with that, Ruth?
Oh, 200%, 300%. And I think that's what's most important is really, first of all, you have to keep yourself engaged and not sort of thrown off from this situation. The other very important point of this is sometimes we get.
I hate interrupting, Ruth. I'm sorry. I hate interrupting, Ruth. Patricia Burns, this is John Steinbach. He's Carl Steinbach's brother. Tennis girl, sorry. True Crime Wifey posted a link to his channel in the chat. Shiraz at Tennis Girl, I would imagine that Donna and Harvey took every nasty trait they had and told those boys that that's what Ruth, Phil, and Dan were like. That's how these people typically think. Oh, you can bet they badmouthed them. Absolutely. Victoria said, sorry, Ruth is so classy, and this conversation is breaking my heart. She must have been such an amazing mother to her son, to Shelly, amazing grandma, to Shelly's kids, to the boys too. She's amazing. There's not even a word to describe how much admiration I have for Ruth. Tennis girl, my sister-in-law is Wendi kind of narc. They don't talk to their kids, only at them. And when kids try to talk, they're on their phones or they're rolling their eyes or just dead stare. It is insane. Thank you, Shiraz, for reposting that. I greatly appreciate it. Hi, KCL. Welcome back. Have you watched Alex Morris's interview that he did with WTXL on YouTube yesterday? It is very interesting. He's even talks about possible plea deal. Yeah, we watched that yesterday. I didn't like KCL when he mocked Georgia. This interview also speaks to what the Markel boys had to go back to the Adelsons after their visits with Ruth and Phil. Hi, Indra. On Over My Dead Body, episode 3, Rob's FBI interview is on there, and his wife also speaks. Yeah, and we've done those. I've listened to the Dead Body podcast over and over and over again. Yindra, I have a question for you. What do you think of yesterday? I wish the boys could have known Ruth's love as children. Wendi should have jailed simply from denying them that kosher. I am right there with you. I really am. Patty L. Wendi isn't all of a sudden grow a conscience. That's not happening. No, she'll never grow a conscience. Yes, that was hard to understand when he said stay tuned. I was like, what? I lost it. As soon as he said what, I said, you're an asshole. I was like, how dare you mock? In this, especially at that point, how dare you mock? Georgia. Yeah, yes. Yindra, I'd love to know what you thought of yesterday. I would love to get Yindra's perspective on. Yindra, spill the beans. What's your take on yesterday? I'm still waiting to try to get Yindra on. If they arrest Wendi, she'll squeal on them all. That's exactly what I said, tennis girl. I said that arrest them all. Wendi is going to run her lips. Yindra, I think Judge Everett ruled correctly. The ruling was the right thing to do, only because of a reverse could have happened due to a reversal in the future possibility. I agree with that too. But my thought is, do you think Charlie had this up his sleeve? To me, it looks like he also threw his mom under the bus at that moment. But I do think Morris is a sound attorney. At least he seems like he would be. Head and shoulders better than Rashbaum. Yep. That didn't occur as mocking to me, more like, as Georgia says, in reference to Georgia's skill with the press. Oh, okay. I don't know why I took such offense to it. Kosher, yes, I received confirmation that Judge Everett got his red velvet cupcakes this morning. I think Charlie did this as a form of control. And I see it as he might have more game up his sleeve. Like I said to the chat earlier, he's been out of the mommy Wendi control for so long, and people in prison are probably yicking in his ear, saying, hey man, you're stupid. Do you not see? Like, they see what we see, type of thing. And I'm wondering if maybe Charlie's going to start playing some games. I don't think he has a bitter relationship with Georgia. He seems to respect her, Also, he was honest about what he knew Rash had done and was forthright with Everett. A little too late, though, Shiraz. A full-blown narcissist and also a possible proffer. I agree. Tim Jansen said that the reason he was told from an inside source that Charlie wouldn't waive his privilege is because Charlie is filing an appeal for ineffective assistance of counsel against Rashbaum. Yeah, we know that. Okay. Hey, April, we're just viewing. I wish Ruth was on, but we're just viewing. Shiraz says, I think we are assuming he knew things he didn't know. I only know that he only knows what Rash was telling him, and I think Rash lied to everybody. Geez, that would put him in a bad situation, though, too. That would be like, why is nobody asking for this paperwork? These people, Adelsons, have plans, but Donna was crying because at the moment she was faced with the fact that she raised two monsters. That's a hard pill to swallow. I agree, Kosher. I took offense to it as well, Rochelle. I think Morris is a douche and everything. He has 15 minutes of fame. I don't want to speak bad about him, but I just thought, why? To me, it was like a dig, and I didn't sit well with me. I just don't see what he can do other than say, yeah, all the evidence you have is correct. Maybe times, dates. Unless they kept him out of the loop too. $100 says Morris helps the bar investigation in Rashbaum. That would be awesome. I like how you think, Shiraz. I like how you think. One can never underestimate the vengeance of a narc. But who's going to be the first one? Because like I said, we all know a narc. Somebody knows a narc. And they go through their stages. Right? I would say today, Donna's in stage angry. By Monday, she's going to be boiling. She's going to want heads. So I think that who's going to be first? I think most defense attorneys are bad. Yindra says Morris is found to push Donna to plea. But do you think there would be a plea? Yindra, do you honestly think that the prosecution will even offer a plea? Rashbaum must definitely lied about the waiver. He had said Charlie, Don, and Harvey, all three signed the waiver, and none of them did. Exactly. FK Adelson trying to get photos of the assassination removed from evidence. Make them look at what they did. Oh, yeah, the autopsy photos. I was like, Charlie will be the first to flip. You think, Clue? I think so, too. Tim Jansen said that the Florida bar will likely make Rashbaum take some ethic course. He needs more than an ethic course. Okay. In B, there probably won't be a plea offered. I think they would offer Donna a plea if she gives them Wendi I think so too. I honestly think if she is to give up, but basically she would have to tell Wendy's involvement. She'd have to tell like Charlie's plea deal would be gone, or sorry, his appeal would be squashed, but I agree. I'm all for it. I am all for giving her a plea to get Wendi off the streets. The Markels need this to be taken care of. They need it done. Morris is known for his plea deals in Tallahassee. Look it up. Yeah, I was told that too, True. He was known to really do pleas. I don't know how this poor woman has not had a complete breakdown. If you are watching, bless you, Ruth. Stay strong. Justice will come. Absolutely. Like I said, I don't know another word to explain how much I admire her. She's amazing. I guess he could testify against Wendi, but boy, that whopper extortion story gonna undermine that. That's what I mean. He'd have to come out. He'd have to be honest. But I'm all for. Oh geez, chat really took off on me. I am sorry, guys. I'm way behind. Offerman's associate said that there never was a waiver from Charlie. It boils down to believing Offerman or Rashbaum. Offerman has a stellar reputation in Florida. I would believe anybody over Rashbaum. Good evening, Michael. I would believe anybody over Rashbaum any day. And KCL says, I can't see Donna taking a plea. She has too much hubris. Yeah, I don't know. They just got it. Honestly, they got to do something for the Markels. They got to get this done. It's been 10 years. 10 years. It's disgusting.
It's so negative in our own personal thinking. And I say you have to redefine yourself. You have to redefine yourself that you know something different can happen, and then you will make it happen. And I really appreciate all the work you've done and all the hardship that you've done, really related to having seen your son experiencing brainwash and how to provide solutions to other families. It's really, really heartwarming.
Thank you. And it's funny. I never told you this before, but I said long before I entered this case publicly on YouTube, commenting on it with my brother, our channel's Jury Trial Mentor, where we cover this case, not always, for the last couple of years before I got into this publicly, I said to myself, the only difference between me and Dan Markel is I was never murdered. But everything else that I read about this case, and that's why I got into this case, as you know, Ruth, is because of the parallels I saw in my case. I thought, wow, the only thing different here is I didn't lose my life. I didn't get,
Sorry, guys. Yindra says, I was speaking to someone who knows Ruth some time ago, and she apparently is very grateful for witnesses. I heard that too. She is very kind and things. It's amazing what this woman, and she can still project her kindness. She's projecting kindness and love everywhere, even though she's got to be so angry. And to be able to do that, to be able to project the goodness, even though you're in so much pain, is so absolutely incredible. Katie Cooley thinks something case alerting will happen. It's a positive way because of this whole conflict debate. I tend to agree. Listen, if Katie Cooley thinks it, I hope so. She is a wonderful woman. I've never met her, Yindra. But she doesn't realize how many people her positivity and her love and her strength has reached, even through screens. Like, I'll say it over and over again. She was one of my angels, and I don't know her. Shouldn't Rashbaum's unethical shenanigans cost him? He lied to the judge, he lied to the court, and then should be consequences for him. He should not be able to walk away from this. He shouldn't. I agree. Because I am always hopeful for positive things. Yep. And trauma that one doesn't repair is destined to repeat and repeat. True says John's experience explains Carl Steinbach's dedication to the Dan Markel murder case. Ruth is gracious and kind. It speaks to Dan's fatherhood. Absolutely. I saw her during lunch during the second trial. Did you say hi, Yundra? Well, Rochelle, now maybe you can make it to a Donna trial after all. Maybe I can. Maybe I can. Patricia Burns, absolutely. I'm grateful I was able to break the chains, and my children did better than me, and my grands better than them. Such a beautiful story. Yeah, we can just be hopeful. Like I said, I don't want to ever reach out to Ruth and meet her that way. I want, if the universe bring me Ruth to give me strength, if the universe feels that it's time that I meet Ruth, it will happen. I want it to be organically the same way I found her. I want it to be the same way. But if she ever comes across my channel, she'll always hear how much I respect her, how much she's my angel. She's one of my angels. She came to me when I needed her the most.
Murdered, assassinated in my own garage. But it's just very fascinating because these parents all seem to operate in the same way. They're very callous. They don't truly love.
Sorry, John. Don't mean to interrupt you. So if Morris withdraws, what you all think will happen? It will take new attorneys a long time to prep. I think Carl's right. Probably a year from now. I think Carl's right. I can't go against Carl. He's been right every single time. As much as I wish him to be wrong, he's not.
Love their kids, because if you truly love your kids, you want them to have that relationship with the parent. Even if you can't stand the parent, you chose that parent to be their father or mother. So you have to do the right thing. But so many parents just can't do that, and it's just a lack of true love and empathy for that child.
Well, I just want to say I really appreciate having this time to chat with you. I think this is an important topic, and I'm sure we will have more updates as time goes on, and sort of keep the optimism. And certainly I'm sad for you that you see the parallel with Dan, for sure. That is not something I wish for anybody. But I do really appreciate all that you've done, and with Carl, and of course on this channel related to brainwashing. I think anything we can do to help the families is most important.
Yeah,
Thanks.
and the last thing I'll say, Ruth, is for those people that want to follow the continuation of justice for Dan in this case, Charlie Adelson, he's a dentist in Florida who's in jail right now for conspiring to murder your son. He's going to be facing trial. Is it October 23rd? What's the date? Is that?
October 23rd. He's allegedly, been one of the people who's been considered and is now charged, certainly with life and solicitation of murder and conspiracy. And the trial is in Tallahassee, and it starts. The official jury selection date is October 23rd.
And it's going to be a major case. 2020 will be there, Daylight NBC. And if you want to watch it live, the daily proceedings, it's going to be on Court TV, and I believe Tallahassee Democrat. Are those the two venues that broadcast?
Last year, yes. Last year, Tallahassee Democrat did live stream it. And also, I believe he'll do it again, is the Montour Lawyer, Deep Dive True Crime. He usually does that as well. So yes, it's going to be, and you don't have to necessarily be watching it the exact moment, because it's all recorded, and certainly you can find it on YouTube and all of the other related channels.
No, that's a very good point.
Thank you for mentioning it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think most people can watch it live every day anyways. So yeah, and Carl and I, my brother, will be doing a daily wrap up in the evenings on Jury Trial Mentor. Not sure what time yet. So if you missed the case, you just want somebody who's in the courtroom. I plan on being in the courtroom at least the first 2.5 weeks. So I'll be able to give perspective from what I'm seeing. And then my brother, who probably won't be able to make it, but he'll be watching it live so he can comment. So follow that if you want to know some really intelligent insight into juries, and that comes from my brother. So thanks again, Ruth, for joining us today. Hopefully everyone enjoyed watching this, got some value, and we'll see you on the next time. Let's do one of these again soon, Ruth.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Right, bye-bye. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for pointing that out, guys. That was a great look at to. Oh, this was when Carl's channel was called Jury Trial Mentor, but he changed it because it was close to Mentor Lawyer. No, but I'm going to order the book. Hi, Julia. Okay, so there was some. Patricia says it's weaponizing one's own children for one's own vengeance. Absolutely. There was one here where Tennis Girl said, I hope you're wrong, Tennis Girl. I really do. I predict 2026, really hoping state changes their approach. I was predicting 2025. Oh my goodness. I hope you're not. I hope you're not right, Tennis Girl. I think the world of you, but please be wrong. My heart breaks for Ruth. She is leaving a legacy of herself for her grandchildren to get to know her sooner or later. It's just so sad. Tennis Girl, I hope I am wrong. It's just, but you just see how gracious she is. And I just can't imagine how much pain she's actually in, but she doesn't, none of that projects out. None of it. I wish I knew how badly they needed Wendy's testimony. If she's a defendant, they cannot compel her to testify. If they don't need her for that, then they can arrest her. And I agree with that. How do they? I just don't understand. Everybody says, oh, they need her to testify to get the emails in from her mother. I just don't get it. There's got to be another way to get them in. The boys don't know them or their father. That's the biggest tragedy. Yep. Hold on a sec, guys. Excuse me. My parents were in custody battle in 1971, and my mom wanted us to have relationship with dad, so she voluntarily shared, though she had full custody back then. That always happened. It seems like they should be able to find a way. They have a ton of, apparently, it was just getting the divorce stuff in is why they gave her that limited immunity. Is there no way to bring that divorce stuff in without Wendi? Like, I don't understand that, guys. I really don't. They can't if she's arrested, indicted, and a defendant. That state cannot force a defendant to testify. But is there no way to get that evidence in without Wendi? That's the big question. Or like Carl says, arrest them all. Somebody's going to start talking. If you keep doing what the state's doing, one at a time, they get all this time out there. They know they're not going to be arrested until one's convicted. So they get all this time. Wendi hated Dan more than had love for her sons. Wendi hated Dan more than had love for her sons. It happens a lot, unfortunately. The divorce file, the 800-page binder. I thought I heard they found more on Harvey and Wendi. I hope it's true. That's the rumor. There's a lot of stuff going on right. But if she is not a defendant yet, the state can compel her testimony. But that's what I'm saying, Shraz. If she's arrested, if they put them all in jail, Do you not see a way that they can get that evidence in without her? They can't force her to testify if arrested, but it seems like they have enough without her going on the stand. But I'm no lawyer, me either. Donna is old AF. Offer her a deal, then step on Wendy's neck. I agree. I think that's... It has something to do with introducing the divorce and how bad it was and how involved Donna was in the divorce. Wendi was going to get fired, possibly lose law license, and that she took $500,000 without disclosing in divorce. But you guys know what? We don't know what Sarah Yusuf has. We don't know any of that. That might open up the possibility to arrest Wendi. I'm not either, so I don't know what their options are right now. Email is considered hearsay unless it is authenticated by the sender or receiver. Yeah, that's the problem. Wendi was going to get... Oh, I read that one. So, at Rochelle, I'm praying you on my... So you are officially a television star. Oh, wow. Thank you. But don't they know? But don't they now have her WhatsApp? That's what I'm wondering. Do we even need that to be for her to testify? They need Wendi to explain why Donna was spazzing over Dan in her not garb emails. But again, I'll go back to Sarah Yusuf. Maybe Sarah Yusuf has something that will open the whole case up anyway. Or say these 12 people that she emailed these things to, maybe she emailed them to other people. Maybe they can authenticate where the email came from. If there was a way to get those emails in via expert testimony, a good technician, whatever, presumably they would have done it that way. Maybe there still is a way to do it. Maybe they just realized this was more cost efficient. But maybe like I agree with you, Shrez, but I'm wondering if they realized how they were going to do it one by one, get her on the stand. It's more cost efficient. Donna's son has been convicted. Donna's on tape saying it was the two of us. What else do they need? Please like, subscribe, and share. There's got to be a way to arrest them all. And I'm not going to say it's the state team doing it the easiest way or any of that. I'm not going to say that. I'm not saying, I don't want to speak against Georgia and them. But like I said, I think they need to ramp it up. Tomorrow, Donna will be Rumpelstiltskin angry. Right now would be the best time to present Donna a deal. She feels lost and wants out of there. Get her while she's in that narcissist, smoke coming out the ears moment is when you get her. Because they don't see the big picture at that moment. They see tunnel vision. Nothing can be said that's going to change their mind. They're angry. They're pissed. They're fire-breathing dragons at that moment. Even if somebody didn't do anything wrong, that's how their brain works. I think the prosecution is on a brand new playing field. We're about to see something happen, in my opinion, and in my prayers. When do you think? True? When do you think we might get a whiff of something different going on? You know what's messed up? If the bar thought Wendi hiding assets during a divorce was actionable, then why not go after an attorney that lies to state, client, and a judge? I agree. I agree, Shiraz. Carl said up to 18 months out of trial. We are the fire-breathing dragons. But a narcissist, when they get in that crazy state of mind, that's where she's going to be. That's where she's going to be. Everybody done her wrong. Charlie done her wrong. Wendi done her wrong. She might even think Harvey done her wrong. Everybody is doing everything wrong to her, and she is the victim. That is the state of mind she's going to be in, and she's going to lash out. 6 months. Really? You think we're going to have to wait 6 months to hear anything? The state is offering no deals. I truly doubt they'll entertain any offers. Depends on how much egg's on their face right now. 6 months to start seeing the state move mad, in my opinion. Yes, probably 18 months to go to trial, though. Yeah, they are always the blameless victim, but when they're angry, watch out. Watch out. Someone needs to remind Charlie that everyone is a gangster until a real gangster shows up. Show him he ain't no gangster. His smile was like he was running the clink. I think his smile was like letting people know, I've got a card and I'm using it. Happy break. Take a glance at the smiles on the screenshot. Yeah. I think something will happen in the coming weeks. Not sure what it is, just a hunch. I would be shocked if we don't hear something by Friday. I would be. If Morris stays by early February, he said. Yeah, I'm assuming he'll have, well, October, we probably will see the new defense team. Morris will ask to be removed October 15th. And we'll see how that goes. But I would be shocked if Donna doesn't act out. If she doesn't act out within the week, I will be dumbfounded. I will truly be dumbfounded. Look closely at Charlie's face. His mouth is swollen on left side of his face. I didn't notice that. Let me pull that picture up. Let me pull up Chuckles here. I don't know where I saved that darn picture again. Maybe it's in downloads. I'll have to pull it up later and check that out. Morris isn't going to stay. The conflict comes back at any time if he stays on. Doesn't even matter if it's a valid conflict. It looks like it could be, therefore it is Morris just babysitting. I agree with that. I agree he's not staying. That's what I think, Julie Nelson. She's going to go through a bunch like Sarah Boone. Oh, you really think she's going to go through a bunch? Oh, please, God, no. Good point about the egg on their face. Touche, Rochelle. Take two. They got egg on their face right now. They're going to want something out in that public to calm people down. Georgia is an April Aries 1976 fire dragon. She has it in her. She's the daughter of an FSU football. Just saying. So Georgia and I are the same age. We're the same fire sign. And I'm telling you right now, I would be in my office. There might be some stuff thrown. I would be livid and I would want blood. I would want blood. I wonder if Donna Sue angrily yanked that scrunchie out when she got back to her cell yesterday. I bet you none of her cellmates were happy to see her, that's for sure. And you know what? And that's another thing. There could be a young girl in there, somebody in there that Donna's become friendly with or motherly with, and that young girl's probably going to say, your son just threw you under the bus. What's Donna going to think of that? I bet Donna constantly trying to call Rashi, and he's like, who's this? He shouldn't even answer his phone, but he shouldn't. But you know what? Rashbaum, please answer your phone. Answer Donna's calls, please. Happiness is possible, people. Serenity rules. Just look at the screenshot. Yeah. Hopefully at the hearing, we will hear a date for the trial. Sucks that we got to wait till the 15th. It just sucks. And Sky, you're asking the same question. I'd like to know too. Do you think they allow scrunchies in the jail? I think she only gets it in court. Yeah, I would wonder that too. Okay. Let's see where we're going from here. Oh, I see where everybody is. They're over at Metrics right now. I see. I like to see Rashi's new home thanks to the Adelsons. Yeah. True says Donna will have new counsel by the 15th. Yeah, I agree. But we'll see Morris ask to be dismissed on the 15th also. Unless they do it private. I don't know if they can. Look at Donna's photo in court yesterday versus her booking photo. She's not going to make it. Oh, I don't think, of course, I don't. Horrible people live long, right? Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Did anyone notice that her scrunchie was navy and her sweater was black? Just saying. Okay. We are a court privilege. Thanks for the info. Makes sense. The hearing is October 15th. If everything goes quiet into December, there won't be a trial until midsummer or next fall, in my opinion. Like Carl said, sometime late 2025, early 2026. Hey, Top Cat. Hey, everyone. Donna wants the trial ASAP. So I think Morris will stay. Looks like no one agrees. I don't think he's staying either. Hi, Purple. Glad to catch you live. Been working nights. Why can't Donna have scrunchies? It's contraband. They could use it. I would think they could use the band or whatever. Okay, so trying to think of, I just want to, because we're soon, and I know everybody's Adelson, and please know I'm not backing off the Adelson case. If Adelson news breaks, I'm on it. I shut down everything else, but we will be soon trying to catch up on the Sarah Boone case. Yep. Hey, Top Cat, that'd be great, but man, there is a risk of another potential conflict. I hope he goes. Pull up a chair. True crime wifey is, sorry. Glad you showed this Steinbach's video. Thank you. I'm going to sleep now. Still listening. Coffee crew. Sweet dreams, True. Not me, Rochelle. I can't stand that stupid filter that he puts on the screen. I refuse to watch it when he does that. Well, I just noticed he's live. So I was like, why is the chat? If Donna can pay, Morris may stay, but likely overturned by Supreme Court. Everett may have told Morris to resign after new counsel. I would think it's the smartest thing to do, honestly. with all the money spent on Charlie's trial, his phone calls, and Donna's arrest, Rashi fee, now new counsel fee, they're hurting financially, if not yet, very soon. So I guess Phil Markel was in the STS chat tonight, and the chat here was nice enough to tell me that he had said he does not understand why everybody thinks that the Adelson money is running out, because it is not running out. So they have more money than we all think they did. And if Phil is saying that, I'm going to believe Phil. He's closer to the... Morris will file to be released before the next hearing. I need to change gears, but can't seem to quit thinking about this. No, and I think so. What I think I'm going to do, guys, because we do have to stay focused on anything going on Adelson. I think I'm going to do like an hour and a half catch up to get caught up on what's going on with Sarah Boone. And then we'll still keep doing the Adelsons, but I think that I'm going to do it that way. That way we can get caught up, because her trial starts October 7th. So I'm hoping all of yous will come and join me. I understand that if you don't, because it's not Adelson, I'm still a little baffled as to why Georgia didn't shut this down sooner. That's why I said everybody's got a bit of egg on their face right now. They have like 40 rental properties under LLC. Guys, we honestly, we don't know how much money they have. We didn't get to see all the financial records that were going to come out in this trial, right? We don't get to see any of that. Kosher says, yeah, we all need some Boone's Farm after this week. I'm down for some Sarah coverage. Thank you, guys. I love your support, but I understand. Yeah, that's the only thing gets my mind off Adelson's is Boone. But yes, updates on Adelson, good. But I don't see anything happening. No, so that's why I thought this is probably the best time to kind of shift a little bit over to doing some Sarah Boone. And then we can, but I promise you, if things go off the rails, something happens with Adelson's, I put Boone on the side table. My priority is justice for Dan, and I will be on that. Morris is already discussing with Georgia possible trial dates. I hope so. I hope so, Top Cat. I'm down for Sarah Boone. Sky says Boone woohoo. I guess everyone heard Rashi's hot mic worrying about the bar. Yep. I listened to it a few times last night. The financial records are one reason why Dan is gone. It was going to come out in custody battle. Exactly. I find Boone fascinating. I think we're just going to do this week, the rest of this week, we're going to do a deep dive into Boone. I'm going to start from the beginning to the end, just deep dive it. But I promise, anything Adelson comes up, Boone gets shut off. Adelson it is, because that is where my priorities lay, is with the Adelson case. And like I said, I really would hope I have your support in doing this. And if that is not what I understand, hope you'll come in and say hello once in a while, because I will miss you. But this is going to go stale for a bit, guys. And we're only going to be talking about the same thing over and over and over again. Thanks, Tennis Girl. Thanks, Rochelle, because I really don't know that much about Sarah Boone. And that's what I've been following it, but my priorities have always been the Adelsons. So I'm going to start and just crash right through it and go from there. Yes, I did see that. I think I have a copy of it. Yep. And new stuff is coming. New stuff keeps coming out on Boone. Absolutely. Sky, I follow Rochelle like a puppy. You are a good friend to me, Sky, and Mrs. Sky. They have published just one bank statement with 9 million. That's right, but we don't know what was coming out in Donna's trial. Rashi lied to everyone about having a waiver state, and judge couldn't know he was being totally unethical, right? They couldn't. But the egg on their face, Top Cat, is that they didn't ask for the paperwork. They didn't ask for it to be filed. Anyone else stuck buffering? Oh, sorry, I got a hair in my eye. Oh, no buffering. I'm getting, Shiraz, I'm getting people saying no buffering in case you can hear me but can't see it. So, Harley D, long time no see, my friend. Long time no see. So that is the plan tomorrow, guys. So I'm going to start right from the beginning, and we're going to go through it together. We're going to, sound is good, okay? Yep. Boone on lawyer number 9. She will never be satisfied. Now she wants the video evidence out. Yep. I was headed to Tally and had to cancel my room. I know. Oh my God. I was thinking because I knew you said you were going. And apparently that waiver would be revoked even if it was done properly. Exactly. So what good are they? Why are they even a thing? As I said earlier, toilet paper has more use. It's more useful than these waivers. Why are they even a thing? They have published just one bank statement with 9 million. There is a ton more than that in properties, assets, and properties. Exactly. And that's only what they're showing on bank statements. We know the Adelsons like their money, their paper. We know they liked having paper. We know they liked having buckets of coins. We don't know what might be in offshore accounts. Any of that. What let down? Like New Year's Eve, then at 11:59 decides to postpone New Year's Eve, right? Or your favorite girl breaks up with you on New Year's Eve at 11:59. That would suck. That's what it feels like. Your favorite guy broke up with you on New Year's Eve at 11:59. Harley D, and from where were you traveling? Don't be sorry, Jane. If y'all think for 1 second IRS hasn't sent a letter or 3 since feds were wiretapping them, they're seriously misguided. I see what you're saying, but the thing is, I can't see Phil out there spreading not truthful words. Tennis girl, I'm in North Mississippi, maybe 6 hours away. Just because Harvey is a penny pincher doesn't mean they are running out of money. Doesn't mean they are running out of money. And like I said, Phil was putting that out there today, and I do not see Phil going out, putting out misinformation. I just don't. Oh, wow. At least you're not in California. I would assume they were running out of money too, but when we saw that today, I was like, oh, who knows? We're just on the outside. We really are. We're just on the outside. Yeah, Katie Kool-Lady drove from PA. Okay. Well, you know what? There is a lot of lives on tonight. I'm just seeing here that for some reason I took the late night lives because people weren't. And now all of a sudden, no kiss at midnight. Now all of a sudden everybody's doing the late nights. Let me just see who's going on here. I missed that. What did Phil say? He said he couldn't understand why people were saying that Adelsons were running out of money. There's a hair on my glasses or something. Because they are not. So let's see what's going on here. Well, that's what's going on. Everybody's on P. Diddy right now. Everybody's live right now. Look, guys, there we are. We're on the main page. We've made it to the main page. Oh, I've never seen this many lives at the same time, ever. Well, that explains why our numbers are low. So we are going to... Okay. Anybody want to see something or talk about something? Because if you do, let me know. We will discuss it. Not so many are live in the mornings. How many lives are on talking about the Adelsons, though? There's about three or four, I guess, by that number. Diddy is at the top of things I don't care about list. Yeah, me either. I can't even bother. Hello, Rebecca. Welcome. Hello, Gerard. Welcome. Top Cat. Did you guys hear that Steve Cohen has info that the state has more evidence on Harvey? I've heard that. Yep. I heard that too. Narcissistic people always have to put their air of being wealthy and stable unless they're buying shit or having to pick up a tab. They always live beyond their means. No, she'll never go for you, Rebecca. No. Yeah, not interested in P. Diddy. No, me either. But if there is anybody in here that is interested in PD or P, whatever, P. Diddy, Crimes Untangled, which is one of our mods, has a channel and she is covering P. Diddy. No, me either. I'm not doing it. Okay, Sky wants to rewatch yesterday's hearing. So we will go Donna Adelson. Let's get to it right there. I can't remember who I... Look, P. Diddy is everywhere. Everywhere. It's crazy. Be funny if I ran into that December one, wouldn't it? Do they have a GoFundMe for the Markels? No. Honestly, I don't think they ever put one up. Interesting how this whole charade kept Wendi from returning to Florida. Yep. I agree. There's something going on. P. Diddy's just another celebrity pedophile. I say let Chris Hansen interview him, then make him and Charlie cellmates. Oh, God, that'd be funny. I hope a lot of people refer Rashi to the Florida bar for misconduct. Top Cat, absolutely, I do too. I don't think she's in chat. I haven't seen her. Why? I swear, like the Donna stuff just goes. I don't want to do that because Court TV talks all through it. I tried scrolling up for her link and it's been gone for a while. Yeah, she must have disappeared. I haven't heard anything from her. Two weeks ago, so this is the only one. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Diddy and Stephen Stern cellmates. Gonna grab a cup, guys. Be right back.
Yeah, I didn't worry about that. What's that? Yes. Right. Yeah, well, it's to make sure you know to record. Also, it's they you can turn that off.
And that's the one that will turn off and that will turn back on.
Yeah, you have to turn it back on.
And if you forget, they'll call us and say, oh, I have to turn it back on.
Sticky notes, I could borrow the little bitty ones. Be sticking it in today yet, won't we?
All right, for the session, I'll Judge Stephen Everett tonight.
Good morning, everyone. Can we see the
Judge.
Miss Dials, come on up. You can stand at the lectern if you wish.
For the record, Laurel Niles, on behalf of state witness Charlie Adelson.
All other counsel of record can make their appearances at this point.
Georgia Kappelman for the state.
Alex Morris on behalf of Mrs. Adelson.
Dan Rashbaum on behalf of Mrs. Adelsons, present.
So how was everyone's evening last night?
Got a lot of sleep, Your Honor. How about you?
Slept like a baby. Let's start with the notice of invoking rights and non-waiver of conflict of interest by Mr. Adelson. Do you have anything to argue beyond what's in the pleading?
Your Honor, I'm not here to advocate for a position for the court to do something in this case. The only thing I intended to do with my filing is to invoke Mr. Adelson's rights, to put the parties in the court on notice that he does intend to invoke his rights.
Right. Ms. Kappelman, does the state have a position that it wishes to raise concerning the notice or the filing?
My only position, Judge, is that this issue has been waived. Your Honor did an inquiry, which was thorough, covered the issue, and
As to Mrs. Adelson,
yes, sir.
concerning Charlie Adelson, I believe, well, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but the only way Mr. Rashbaum's representation could occur is if both ends of the conflict were waiving. I don't believe Mr. Adelson ever took an affirmative position one way or another.
My understanding was he did, but I guess that position is changing, so I don't know. I have to defer to Your Honor on that.
Does the state intend to call Charles Adelson as a part of its case in chief?
No, he would be a rebuttal witness at this point. Now, that could also change too, but as of this moment, he is a rebuttal witness.
Ms. Niles, is there a reason that your client waited until yesterday to assert his invocation of this right and non-waiver?
Your Honor, I think the critical question is when the conflict arose. So,
Oh, the conflict has been there. The conflict is clear on its
Yes.
face. It's as clear as my nose. Is there a reason your client did not assert this until yesterday?
Your Honor, my understanding is that my client has not waived at any point. And so asserting it yesterday was merely putting the parties on notice of that non-waiver. I mean, the fact that he's listed in discovery as a Category A witness does not mean that the state was going to call him as a witness at trial. I think the conflict arose when my office received a subpoena for his trial testimony, which was last week on September 11th, and then he was transported to the jail on September 13th. Mr. Efferman was able to meet with him at 8 o'clock in the morning on Saturday the 14th. And then at that point, without revealing any confidential communications with our client, we became aware that all the parties needed to be on notice that there was no waiver and that he doesn't.
Tennis Girl says, I don't understand her answer to why they waited. Conflict has been there. And that was my question. My question was the exact same thing. Why? Why? And I honestly believe Charlie was waiting to throw a wrench in everything. Homegirl was going for Georgia. SKD, look, failed. But he was listed as a witness and you knew it and that he could be called. So from what I have seen is they haven't had a one-on-one talk with Charlie and they waited till he was in Tallahassee to go and see him at the jail. Here, let me get back on camera here. There we go. Kosher. Mrs. Skytroop spent 10 minutes trying to explain a foil earlier today because she said the same thing about the hair. But I honestly think that Charlie didn't say a damn word until he was in Tallahassee. And that was what that grin was on his face. He didn't bring it up to his appellate lawyer or anybody. And he used the card that he was holding. I just think he's got a game that he's playing and we haven't seen it yet.
Intended to invoke his rights. And so our notice was filed the next business day, Monday morning, It was later in the morning, but we were trying to get it done. We were a non-party, so we were having some trouble figuring out how to get it filed, but we drafted it and alerted the parties and the court as soon as we knew that this was an imminent issue, that his rights were imminently potentially going to be violated. Now, I don't think, excuse me, I don't believe they would be violated until he takes the witness stand. And at that point, either his former counsel attempts to cross-examine.
And I agree, Tennis. I agree, Tennis Girl. I think we've all underestimated Charlie. I truly think we do. And actually I said this to Sky this morning or this afternoon when I was speaking to him. I said, you know what? I think Charlie, we've underestimated him. If Charlie came up with the double extortion plot, he's not that sharp. Do we know 100% he came up with it? Or maybe it was Rashi's. This is what I'm saying, guys. I think we've underestimated somewhere. I agree. I 100% agree. I agree that I think Rash was sitting with this. He knew about it. He was keeping it as a card for his dear pseudo mummy, just in case she got convicted. I think it was a conversation that was had, maybe even with Charlie. And Charlie decided to blow it up. He blew it up. I don't think Rash was going to blow it up. If he does this to his mama, he will go get Wendi. I hope. I'm not giving Charlie any credit. I think he's guilty as sin. I think he needs to rot in the dirtiest part of the jail where there's roaches and rats. That's where he needs to be. But I'm just saying, maybe, just maybe, we've underestimated him. Hey, Lynn. Charlie has nothing else to do but plot and scheme and plan vengeance his days and nights away. It's right. And we don't know the other prisoners. You know, you get these prison lawyers and all of this yicking in his ear. We do not know. I know it's not a popular stance to take. I'm just saying, I think he's got a game that he's playing and that we might have just underestimated him. We've put more of this whole thing as Wendi and Donna. You know, Charlie was the monkey that ran around and got the half-wit hitmen. And I think that was Donna and Wendy's plan, absolutely, to use Charlie as an scapegoat. I agree that he doesn't know that much, but I'm saying, you know how you got all these prison lawyers, people that have been in there reading law books and doing all this. We don't know who he's been chatting it up with. My brother, 2-time felon in state prison. This wasn't Rashi or Charlie. It was Charlie's prison legal team. That's what I'm saying. We don't know who he's been chatting it up with. We don't know who he's talking to every day. He's got nothing. They say the smartest criminals are in prison. They've got nothing else to do. And Upperman is working for Charlie. I'm not giving him credit, guys. I truly am not. I'm just saying we might want to look at the fact is Charlie might have put his nose into some books. Charlie might have, and who knows? Maybe he was talking to Rash. Maybe Rash was running his mouth. Charlie actually was listening finally. We don't know. Charlie is trading prison dental care for free jailhouse legal advice. There's a good chance. I'm just saying that we just don't know. Something really switched. And that smirk on Charlie's face tells me He had something up his sleeve. We all made comments about the smirk. We all made comments about it. Then this happened.
Him, or another member of the defense team attempts to cross-examine him, or they advance an interest that is materially adverse to his interest. So I think the potential for conflict was always there, but the conflict arose. It's going to arise on the witness stand. It has not quite yet arisen, but the potential for conflict.
It's simmering, not boiling.
Yes, Your Honor, it's burgeoning.
Mr. Boris.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Judge, when I came into the case, at the inception of the case, obviously I was aware of the fact that Mr. Rashbaum had represented Mr. Adelson. I was aware of the conflict, whether it's arisen or not. My view of it is that it's always been there and been present. As a result of that, I have been walled off from everything as it relates to any discovery from that prior case, any notes. I've not had any conversations with Mr. Rashbaum.
Kosher, I didn't say the smartest criminals. I said the smartest ones they become smart when they're in prison because they have nothing else to do but read and listen to everybody's stories. And like, you look at people in prison, they know how to make things. They know how to do all this stuff with nothing. Honestly, they should have Tesla and all of them employing these people in prison because they're inventive. They're all of this. What I'm saying is Charlie could be listening for once. Charlie could be doing all this. Because Kosher says, actually, I disagree. The smartest criminals never go to prison. Charlie wouldn't be there if he was quarter as smart as he thinks he is. I agree. But we don't know who he's talking to, what he's reading, any of this. We don't know what Rashi might have said to him that triggered something in Charlie's brain. We don't know. Yep, and he's allegedly still greenlit. So what does he have to lose? What does he have to lose? He liked playing games. Guys, he liked playing games out of prison. He liked playing with fire out of prison. He liked manipulating people. He liked all this. That doesn't go away. Charlie's greenlit, Donna long in the tooth. State needs to get it together, man. I agree, Tennis. Please just arrest them all. There is no guilty criminal in prison. Just ask the inmates, right? Yeah, they're wrongfully convicted, all of them. And they all become artists in lockup all the time. They make stellar portraits and greeting cards. I have an old card my uncle made for me. They have nothing else better to do. So this is what they do. Some put their noses in law books. I just think that we're underestimating Charlie at this moment. My brother went in with an associate degree in drugs, came out with a master's in grand larceny. Oh, okay. So I will tell you this. I have a cousin, and she'd be my second cousin. And listen, I stand by this woman, and I will never not stand behind her. She went to jail for murder. Now, again, in Canada, that means 25 with a possibility of parole, all of that. She got less than that because she was out a Friday night having a few drinks with her girlfriends, and this guy came into the bar bragging not in front of her. He didn't know she was right there. He was bragging to his buddy about molesting a 4-year-old girl. So my cousin turned around and she was listening to this story. She didn't take too kind to this story. Turns out it was her 4-year-old daughter that he was talking about. She went, because the bar sold food, and she grabbed a knife. And she called him out. She got one of her friends to call him outside. He went outside and she stabbed him to death in that moment. I don't hold that against her one bit. One bit. I would like to say I would have the balls to do the same thing. She didn't have an education at all. No education. She wasn't the brightest thing in the world. She went to prison and she's now out. She works for a lawyer. She is a paralegal. She is smarter than, I don't even think she had it in her, but she is. And that's because she had nothing else better to do. She went and got she got her education in there. She got a degree in there. So when I say that some people do this, some people go in and they might be half-wits. But when they get out, they've got a degree. They've got an education. Her grandfather passed away. My great uncle passed away while she was in there. The guards felt so bad for her. They didn't even want her in there. They just did not want her in there. They allowed her to come to the funeral. She was in shackles. She was cuffed. And she walked up to her grandfather's casket. I was behind her while she was up there, and I heard her whisper, "I did it." She pled not guilty. Of course she did. And she whispered to her grandfather, "I did it." Everybody shunned her that day. They just shunned her. I walked up to her, and the guard's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa." I says, "I would like to shake my cousin's hand, if you don't mind." And the guard was so decent. I went up to her and I shook her hand and I said, "I am so proud that you are my family. I'm proud of you for what you've done." And the guard smiled, and then they took her away. But my point is to this is just showing that when people go to prison, sometimes they go for reasons like she did. Sometimes they go for reasons like Charlie did. But it doesn't mean that something doesn't switch in their brains. Maybe he is throwing himself into legal books. We don't know. That's my point. We just don't know. But she threw herself into legal books. Nothing else. Yeah, it's isn't it sad that rehabilitation is the exception, not the rule? But she did. They never found the weapon. We all know where it was. We all know where it is. Nobody cares anymore. But she helps people with cases. She throws herself into helping people with cases like hers. But that I know I just talked a lot about it, but I'm just saying, I'm just trying to say we don't know what he's doing in there. Sorry, guys. I'll stop talking.
About Mr. Adelson's evidence or property. The first instance that I met Mr. Adelson was this past weekend on Saturday with Mr. Ufferman. And in fact, Mr. Adelson queried whether or not I had seen his phone. I said, no. But we planned for this exact circumstance. And the idea was that I was going to conduct any cross-examination if Mr. Adelson were to testify. Mr. Ufferman's...
To all newcomers here in chat, please keep your hands, arms, feet, and legs inside the ride vehicle at all times. This chat has a history of going off the rails. That we sure do. Oh, and I forgot to tell everybody, my Patreon is up. It is up. I finally got it up today.
motion argues to impute the conflict absent a showing, a good faith showing of an ethical wall. I think that we've done that, but of course, as I mentioned in my response, we plan in the alternative if we're forced in that direction of securing alternate counsel.
When was the third-party counsel retained?
Candidly, there's been no retention in terms of money from Mrs. Adelson to that lawyer. That's prepared to happen. We wanted to see Your Honor's ruling. But the answer is I spoke with the attorney yesterday to confirm, just as I mentioned in the response, availability and absence of conflict for that lawyer.
All right. I've gone through, I believe, at least 2 Lazarlet inquiries with your client, specifically as to this conflict that exists between his former client, Mr. Adelson, and his current client, Mrs. Adelson. Is there a reason the defense did not bring before the court that you were pursuing third-party counsel, or there was, in fact, no waiver from Charles Adelson?
Let me back up and provide the court some information then. So there was, in fact, a waiver with Mr. Rashbaum. Mr. Rashbaum consulted.
Verbal or written?
Both. There was a third-party lawyer, Mr. Moses, who was hired as third-party counsel out of South Florida to consult with Mr. Adelson independently outside of Mr. Rashbaum's presence. And as it relates to the waiver, my understanding is that the waiver was agreed to. I believe it's going to be verbal, Judge, in the sense of not in writing.
Right.
The written portion of it is the lawyer who consulted with Mr. Adelson. That was because of security issues, is the way that that was dealt with. It was post-conviction. The Department of Corrections housed Mr. Adelson closely managed, and as a result, there was an inability to get to him in a face-to-face conversation. So the waiver issue did occur, and then retention of third-party counsel, we had never believed it to be an issue because of the game plan as it relates to me handling cross-examination and being walled off. And not until the issue that Mr. Ufferman raised did we make that move.
Let's assume for a moment that I find the walling off has been sufficient. Why should Mr. Rashbaum's representation not be terminated at this point?
The motion that Mr. Ufferman has filed is a conflict as it relates to cross-examination. Mr. Adelson, as I understand it, his objection is not to Mr. Rashbaum's continued representation of Ms. Adelson.
Well, your client has a right to effective representation at every single critical stage.
Kosher. I can tell you exactly what CA is doing there. He's talking and talking and talking. Other guys are calling their lawyers for legal help to give him just to help get him gone. There's a good chance. There's a very good chance, but I don't know that. I just have this real weird feeling about this whole situation.
I'm also not going to allow any issues basically to get backdoored should there need to be an appeal.
Never came to my mind.
Yeah, it did. I'm sure it did.
Is there any dispute that Mr. Rashbaum does not meet the elements of Colker?
I don't believe so, Judge, no.
A substantially related representation and a client that is now asserting a non-waiver of a conflict?
Well, also from a practical perspective, this is, as the court mentioned, this has been a known circumstance from the inception. And
it has.
But I think that cuts both ways in the sense that.
I'm sorry, but right there, it sounds like to me, Morris is throwing the courts under the bus, where he says this has been a problem since the conception. It sounds like to me he's throwing this at the court, saying, well, this is your fault. You didn't deal with this from the beginning. In my opinion, it's telling that Donna doesn't love her grandsons. If she did more now, she'd fess up. Yes, they're just, for a narcissist, they're just toys. They're just objects. Like trophies. Well, he's not wrong. That's why I say there's so much egg on everybody's faces. And I laugh at Rashbaum because when he was sitting in this first chair, he always sat straight up. Now he looks like he's trying to minimize himself, like trying to hide. No, fucking little zip. Yeah, to me, that's what people are to narcissists. They're their trophy at the moment. Put them on the shelf and then use them when you need them.
And I don't quarrel with the general concept that these circumstances ought to be avoided, and it doesn't create these circumstances. Beyond that, though, there's not been an assertion of this, and of course, Mr. Adelson's entitled to change his mind whenever he wants. He can change his mind 3 hours from now, I suppose.
Shake your head like you're agreeing.
I will take Mrs. Niles' presence as proof he's changed his mind.
Yes, sir, understood. But I don't think that my understanding from Mr. Ufferman in discussion was that the conflict was strictly limited to Mr. Adelson not wanting Mr. Rashbaum, or potentially by extension myself, to cross-examine. And that was the limit of the conflict, is my understanding.
Ms. Niles, do you need to clarify anything?
I do need to clarify that, Your Honor. Our first filing yesterday, the notice, did frame the issue in terms of concern about potential sharing of information on the defense team, right? Mr. Adelson was not waiving his privileged communications with Mr. Rashbaum. But after
That's interesting. From what Tim said, Miami lawyers view the law as a suggestion. That really struck me. Huh. So I like Tim Jansen, I do. But isn't that similar to him putting down South Florida lawyers, like the Adelsons were putting down Tallahassee lawyers? I just find it hard to put everybody in that same thing. That's like, so Tim is saying South Florida people are loose and they do this, they do that. But it's the same as the Adelson saying that people in Tallahassee are nothing but hicks and uneducated. That's interesting that Tim would say that. And maybe it's just me the way I'm seeing it, but it struck me too. It struck me that, okay, it was just because you're from one area to the other area doesn't make you a bad person. But the Adelsons were saying, oh, nothing but hicks, y'all, and this and that. Tim's kind of doing the same thing about a South Florida lawyer. People around a narc are more extensions of a narc, yeah. Rash hasn't got the guts to speak and defend or explain his position. No, to me, he looks like a turtle trying to hide in a shell. No, same. Okay, you guys see it differently. Okay, I see it. I that's what I like about this chat. I like it because we can talk like this. I don't think he meant it as a slam. He's just saying the tally attorneys see the bar people because they are in tally. Apparently, Barr has said they're cracking down. Okay, so basically what he's saying is because the bar people are closer, people really toe the line, where in South Florida, they're a little bit less to toe the line because they're not being, the authority isn't right there. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. If you watch it, Rochelle, I don't take it that way. Okay. I will watch it because, like I said, I will 100% say when I'm wrong. My favorite line is own your shit. And if I say something that's wrong, I will correct it. But just without hearing it, tennis, that's how it seemed to me. But I will. Florida. Is Charlie there? No. Well, yeah, Charlie was in Tallahassee. You know, we haven't even seen, this is what I was weird too. We haven't even seen a transport back to South Dakota for Charlie yet. That's a little weird to me. Seems more like a city versus South culture, even though Tallahassee is in the north. It's more of the Southern culture, from my understanding. Yeah. But you know, I listen, I'm in a city just 15 minutes away is the country, and we do the same thing, right? So Mama says Florida's messed up because of pythons and gators and all the tropical stuff. Like, I have nothing against Tim Jansen. Absolutely nothing. I like Tim Jansen. South Dakota, I'm sure he loves it there. Well, he hasn't had his first winter yet, has he?
After we read the response from counsel, I think it became clear, based on our reading of the rules regulating the Florida bar, that it would not be enough to bring in a third party, or it would not be enough to have a walled-off attorney.
Jane, that's what I'm wondering. Or maybe his appellate lawyers are asked for more time for him to be there? Because there hasn't been a transfer put in the court dockets yet.
Conduct the cross-examination, and that's because I read Rule 4-1.9A to control on that issue. So Rule 4-1.9B says you can't use information gleaned from the representation to the disadvantage of a former client, but A says you cannot advance an interest that is materially adverse to a former client in the same or substantially related matter. So whether we have another attorney come in and do that cross-examination, and I absolutely trust Mr. Morris, and I'm not challenging his veracity when he says he was walled off from this issue, but I don't think it solves the problem, because whether we have another lawyer actually conduct cross-examination doesn't solve the issue of A under that rule. In the case cited in Mr. Adelson's notice called Kolker that Your Honor just referenced, also addresses this exact issue and says having a third party conduct the cross doesn't resolve the conflict, because it's the relationship that forms the basis of the conflict, not just the information. So it would be our position that Mr. Rashbaum cannot advance an interest against Mr. Adelson, because Mr. Adelson is now going to be a witness for the state of Florida. That is a problem under the rules regulating the Florida bar and Florida case law.
Well, does any party have anything further they wish to add to this matter?
Brief response, Judge. Of course, Ms. Adelson has a right to counsel of her choice. I recognize that
it is not absolute.
Understood. I recognize that there are restrictions, but in the circumstance that's before us, then Mr. Adelson may not testify in this case. And that's a little bit of the frustrating part, is that this can be utilized as a tactic in some respects.
It doesn't mean he still can't lob a hand grenade in the direction of the trial.
Sure. Understood. The frustrating part, I guess, is that the defense doesn't intend to call him. The state's acknowledged that it would be in rebuttal if they were to call him. And I can't fathom why there would be a lot of direct or cross-examination. But
If this witness cannot be properly cross-examined, your client has lost the right to effective
I think that's speaks for all of us, Tennis Girl. I truly do.
representation, and therefore we have an issue relating to whether or not a new trial is merited. At the outset, it is foolish to charge forward under the circumstances. I can examine your client if she's willing to waive the issue of the conflict and also waive the issue on appeal. That still does not per se resolve the matter. Do you wish for me to examine your client?
May I have just a moment, Judge?
Go ahead.
She looks really worried there that it was. I think it's all of us, Tennis Girl. I truly do.
Judge, yes, if the court wishes to inquire.
Please raise your right hand, Ms. Adelson.
Yes,
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth? You can lower your hand. I believe we've done this twice before, but given the circumstance and what has now arisen, it is prudent to do it once again. Do you understand that you have the right to conflict-free counsel? Meaning specifically as it relates to Mr. Rashbaum or any other conflict that may be imputed to Mr. Morris or any other third party. Do you understand that your attorney has to be able to properly cross-examine your son if he is called as a witness?
Yes.
Do you understand how this conflict affects the cross-examination potentially or your overall defense strategy?
Yes.
Have you been able to speak with a conflict-free attorney in making the decision as to whether you wish to waive any conflict on this matter?
Judge, the short answer is going to be no, beyond having spoken with me at the inception of my representation.
Would you like to speak with conflict-free counsel concerning this issue? Very well. Before we finish the colloquy on this matter, then, we will go into recess. The defendant will have an opportunity to consult with conflict-free counsel. We'll resume this afternoon. I will finish the colloquy this afternoon. Any jurors that have been summoned this morning will be released for now. And if there is to be a selection, we will get started again at 1:15. Before we finish for this morning, Ms. Dugan, Ms. Keppelman, did you have anything else that you wish to raise or argue?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Very well.
Your Honor, may I be excused for this afternoon, or would you like me to come back?
If there's anything else that you need to raise on behalf of your client,
No, Your Honor, there's not.
very well, you are excused. Please report back at 1:15.
Hi, Wilt. He says, Wilt says, I thought Donna would have been dressed better for court. It was just jury selection. It's baffling, all this. So you know then at Tennis Girl 101, we are all obsessed, haunted, fixated, and fascinated. Yes, we are. Absolutely. So we're going to get it to the next one. Yeah. Oh, yes. I kept waking up thinking I accidentally started from beginning, but no, it was going. Loved it. Obsessed. I can't even count how many times I have had the trial going on while I'm sleeping. I woke even more angrier than when I went to bed. I'm really disgusted. Took me forever to wind down. Donna could not coordinate a scrunchie and a jacket. She has lost the coordinator edge.
Earlier, I believe Ms. Adelson was consulting with independent counsel on that matter. Has she had sufficient time to do so?
Judge, I think I'll let independent counsel, Mr. Commissar, speak to that.
Mr. Commissar?
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court, just for your awareness, I've been involved in this since yesterday. She has had a chance.
Welcome.
She has had a chance to speak with me. She's in a position where she would not like to lose Mr. Rashbaum. She's willing to make any waivers that are necessary. She's not seeking a continuance, and she's fine with currently unprepared counsel conducting the cross-examination of Mr. Adelson should he be called.
I agree.
Well, let's go ahead and finish the colloquy that we started earlier concerning the waivers.
The sad little old lady look. I thought the exact same thing. Don't you all think that the getup intentional was intentional? She thought she'd be seeing a jury. I agree. It was the sad little old lady look. Donna is deteriorating every day in the joint, no doubt. Like I've said before, this is the real Donna, guys. This is the Donna that has, with her age, she's a 73-year-old woman with her age, with no fillers, no Botox. We're seeing the real Donna. This is an average 73-year-old woman. I'm still surprised Donna didn't pull a Weinstein and show up with a walker or wheelchair. Carl said they pulled him off the street. He used to work with Tim Jansen or worked for Tim with Tim Jansen, one or the other, because that's what Tim said. Now that I know how useless waivers are, this pisses me off. There's no sense for them. There's no sense. By the way, if you need a laugh, watch Harvey Weinstein push the walker into court.
Ms. Adelson, if you can stand once again, you have already been sworn. Now that you've had the opportunity to discuss with Mr. Commissar the issues.
It's just like he's wasted his breath. I don't get it. If they're so useless, it should just be an instant. You cannot defend someone that has a conflict. These waivers are useless. I don't get it. And the fact that even if there was a waiver, he could revoke it. Just ball drops so many places. The bottom line is that Rash should never have represented Dawn in the first place. Absolutely, Top Cat. Absolutely. And with waivers being, you can sign them, but at the last hour, you can revoke it. So it's useless. Just put a stop to this. Throw away the waivers because they're garbage anyway. And you can't represent somebody that you have a conflict with.
That are related to the conflict of Mr. Rashbaum and also any issues as it would relate to proceeding forward under these circumstances. Are you in fact waiving any conflicts regarding Mr. Rashbaum?
Yes, sir.
Do you also waive any issue on a future appeal regarding the issue of your son's cross-examination as it pertains both to the preparation of any counsel who would perform that cross-examination or the fact that it may not be adequate representation?
Yes.
You may be seated. Does the state have anything to raise concerning this matter at this point?
Just that the state is in agreement with proceeding as outlined by defense
Right.
counsel. In the limited research I was able to do on the issue, it seems like a lot of the times when it goes the other way and the court in its discretion decides to.
Tennis Girl says, I think he should have allowed the wall off. I think he was going to, but remember he said to Morris, are you ready to proceed? And Morris was the one that said, no, I need more time. The judge is asking the right questions, but he has to know she is too ignorant to answer in her best interest. I agree, Tennis. I think that they should have moved forward with Morris. But Morris could have easily brought someone on. He had 2-3 days to bring someone on. You can't tell me there's not a bunch of lawyers in Tallahassee that know about this case. If Judge allowed the wall off, then Rashi could have stayed. Oh, that would have been dangerous, though, leaving Rashi on there. Geez, that would have been dangerous. Can you imagine being a lawyer trying to get up to speed here? Like that's why, like Carl said, a year and a half, right? So if he would have allowed the wall off and Rashi stayed, she waived her rights. She waived her appellate rights for that situation. You know what, Tennis? I'm actually thinking your way. Yeah, it would be dangerous, and they knew it back in January whenever he questioned about it. You're right. December when Judge Everett first asked him. The best plea deal lawyer at the right time with egg on everyone's faces. Could a deal happen? Oh, this has just got our brains just boggled. Because I'm seeing it the other way, and then, having the discussion with Tennis Girl, I see it that way too. But okay, Tennis Girl, are we just seeing it that way because we just wanted the trial to go forward and we're kind of blinded somewhere? Because I agree. I wish it would have. I'm just wondering what other appeal issues would have came up if that would have happened. I just say, let's roll the dice on an appeal. I was thinking the same thing. Like, I was shocked. I was really shocked to hear Moore say, I can't move forward. Yeah, Jane says, yes, Rochelle. Carl said the rack ahead is full of booby traps. Or the track ahead. I actually think state probably would not have had to call Charlie. It would have been a non-issue if they hadn't. Rochelle and Sky, I'm trying to share a link to where you can hear Georgia on hot mic after SJ hit the fan. Sky, you're true. If you still here, please send it to Rochelle. I couldn't send link. Oh, you should be able to. You're a moderator, Deb. Oh, there it is. You're a moderator. You can put links in the thing.
To boot the counsel of record for conflict. The state is seeking that. So I just want to put on the record that we are not seeking for your honor to do that in this situation.
To dismiss Mr. Rashbaum.
Correct.
Very well. I'm going to perform my additional research before we continue this afternoon. concerning whether or not this waiver is sufficient. The defendant has made it. She has made it voluntarily. At the same time, whether it is sufficient to survive any review, that is really where my mindset is at this point. Unless any other party has something to raise, we'll be in recess and get started again at 1:30.
Judge, as Ms. Niles has been speaking with her during the break, is she and Mr. Upperman are meeting with Mr. Adelson, because the question has arisen as to whether or not there's a conflict as it relates to cross-examination, or if Mr. Adelson were to have a continued objection to his representation, continued representation of Ms. Adelson. I think that there's some thought that that needs to be confirmed from Mr. Adelson first, because if
I heard her
it's a
say that
different
too.
position, it would seemingly disqualify Mr. Rashbaum altogether. That's going to be accomplished. I wanted to let the court know that that's in the works.
Good.
Also, as it relates to the waiver, so the court was aware, and there's mention of it in the comment section of the rules regulating the profession, that an oral waiver is acceptable and appropriate with certain conditions that are set forth in the rule.
Is the attorney who obtained the waiver available to speak on this matter?
I don't know the answer off the top of my head, but I'm pretty certain, I say within 99% certainty, we'll facilitate it.
Go ahead.
Does Your Honor need, that's why I'm mentioning this. Should I, excuse me, Judge.
Signature was obtained by me, and then the independent waiver did not get a signature, but you could testify as an independent waiver.
Does Your Honor feel like you need to hear from?
So we have a fully developed record? Yes.
Okay, let me make arrangements during the break, and I'll alert chambers as to how quickly we can do that, so we don't waste time this afternoon if possible.
Please do.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to have the afternoon jurors report at 2 o'clock, so that way no one's time is wasted while we're going through these matters. Mr. Commissar, you had something else to add?
Yes, Your Honor. Just as we're talking about perfecting a record, I just wanted to note that as the independent counsel, I was given an opportunity by the court to meet with her independently. The bailiffs gave us some privacy here. I was able to meet with her for easily 30 minutes. And I'm not revealing any of our confidences, but this was not a squishy situation. Once I was able to articulate the options and how they can result in delay or the opportunity to prepare, this, I can say, was a strategy decision that is being made by a defendant who does not want to delay their case, but understands that the representation they're going to get from my cross-examination is not what they might get from another lawyer, or definitely not what they're going to get from me with a year of preparation. So it may look odd in a cold record having a lawyer come in this morning and advise somebody to waive such an important right. I was able to articulate the options, but I did not necessarily advise somebody to waive their rights.
Very well. Mr. Morris, do you wish the court to engage in
And I think that's the bottom line right there, tennis girl. Yes, she's in jail at Jane, but it just feels we are now so much further away from a Wendi in cuffs moment. I think that is the absolute bottom line. We all know she's in jail. We're glad Donna's still in jail. But we all know what was being said, that they needed Wendi to testify. And that's why she was not arrested. So I think we're all more angry at the fact, in my opinion, because I know I am, I'm more angry at the fact that Wendy's not getting arrested because this trial has been delayed. That's what triggered me the most. Like, you know what? Delay Donna's trial for however long. Arrest Wendi. But we all know what they're doing. The one at a time. It's, you know how now we have email, things like that. And now we call regular mail snail mail. Well, this is snail trialing. That's why I'd be fine with a potential appeal. Wendy's arrest could have come right after this, but now, exactly. And you're right when you said, like, how actually long will appeal take? Charlie's been appealing his since, I believe he started in November. So it's almost been a year. Yeah, I demand it now. I absolutely demand her arrest. Like, I don't care anymore. Get her off the streets.
Any further colloquy with Ms. Adelson concerning this matter?
Not at this point, Judge.
Very well. Ms. Adelson, I do not want you to respond, but I want you to understand, although you have made an affirmative waiver on these matters, I still have to evaluate whether that waiver is sufficient or whether Mr. Rashbaum needs to be terminated from this matter. I'm going to give this serious consideration. I will do additional research of my own from there. Everyone will have an answer this afternoon. We are in recess until 1:15. Please come back to the courtroom at that time.
Judge, would you be open to both sides submitting case law for your consideration during the recess?
Certainly.
Other than timing, how will this affect the state case? Other than timing, like other than with it being postponed, how does it affect their case? It just being postponed, it wouldn't affect their case at all. But in meantime, Wendi is working on a strategic move to flee. I agree. I guess that timing, unless they decide to start doing things properly, like, who knows what's going to happen? This could be a tipping point, maybe a change of prosecutors. I hope not. Georgia's put a lot into this. A lot of her life is in here. It couldn't be a court reporter. My face could be making subtle faces. Oh, I couldn't be a court reporter either. She gives some good stare downs that she does. I just think they've played it out too long, this one-on-one. I get it. It's easier to go after one person than two people at the same time. They're a little, Georgia, maybe a little gun shy because of the retrial for Katie. She might be a little gun shy of doing two at a time. But you know what? It's time to, I don't want to say put your big girl panties on. So I say, get those stilettos and let's go. Let's go. If Wendi flees from her boys, it'll be to obvious conscious of guilt 101. I don't think she would flee without the boys. They're like a protection. They're a shield. They're a shield. The new lawyers won't use double extortion, so state has to prepare for that. Yep. But here's the thing. Are they hogtied? Are they hogtied to that defense? I'm almost thinking they might be. It doesn't make me wonder what will her defense be. It does make me wonder. I'm just wondering if no matter what defense she gets, because she's already, there's too many jail calls, too many of this. How are they going to talk away the fleeing? Yep, to Wendi, the boys are props, but they're also a protection. I probably would say in her brain, the reason she hasn't been arrested is because of those boys. The reason maybe she thinks the reason the Markels have not made more of a noise about getting her arrested or any of this is because they're looking out for the boys. I can't imagine how they explain away the checks, the calls, and the Vietnam. How do you defend that? Exactly. And I don't see how they're not handcuffed to the double extortion. Because if they don't follow the double extortion, then that's Donna throwing her son under the bus. Like, guys, somebody's going to do something because everybody is starting to only think of themselves. Something's going to happen here. Wendi will leave them in boarding school with the cousins. No, Katie had kids. Charlie has a kid. They don't wait for kids. I don't see that. Now I can understand the dilemma a little better that the state might be in. They're in a shit show right now. I just don't. Maybe they don't put Donna on stand and just chip away at the evidence, but then some of that evidence, tennis girl, like her phone calls or her emails, things. Some of this is her own words. Who's gonna chip away at that? She needs to explain her words the same way Charlie had to go up, right? Charlie had to explain away his words. And she's going to have to do the same thing. I don't see how she doesn't take the stand. Who knows anymore? Honestly, who knows anymore, guys? This is not playing out how we thought it would. That's for sure. But that's the only play. There is no explaining that. There isn't. There's no explaining. She would have to explain her own words. They're going to have to get her on the stand to explain the hot mic call. She's got to explain that. I think if Donna, a new team, she's not tied to the double extortion. Am I understanding that? I think she is. I think she's still tied to it. That's what I think. They're going to try something new. But if they try something new, then is that not going to throw Charlie under the bus? Because she supposedly knew after the first extortion when he wanted to get money for Charlie or for Katie. So how does she talk that away? Hello, sweet girl. And hence the reason for needing Charlie to testify, right? How does she talk that away? Because she's going to say she knew from the beginning, or she's going to say she knew after. And then when the bump happened, that's the double extortion. I don't know how she gets away from it. Exactly. She needs a better story, but I think she's handcuffed to this one. Wendi is needed to testify to get Donna, so she can't be arrested before they won't be able to force her to. Unless they've got something, Top Cat, all those emails that come out of Donna's, what they found for out of Donna's phones, the iPads, things like that. Unless they've got something that they can just say, screw it. We don't need Wendi. But it's just like Carl said, guys, arrest them all. Let them friggin' start dropping, as Judge Everett said, hand grenades at each other. I don't see how Donna gets away with it. I think her son hog-tied her to this defense. Now, I do believe her defense was going to be that she found out after, and she was only trying to be a good mom and protect her child. But then you've got the phone call from the bump. It has to do with the both of us. How do you talk that away? How do you get away from around that? Donna should go in there like, Charlie's always been a bad boy and I'm always bailed him out. But how does she get away from that call? From the bump? It's about the two of us. I think you'll understand. It's about the two of us. This TV is 5. How does she talk around that? You also have money drop, right? This TV is 5. It's about the two of us. The bump is the greatest law enforcement tool since fingerprints. I still think they should arrest Wendi and Harvey. They'll crack under the pressure. I'm right with you, Irene. 100%. Let them start throwing fucking shit grenades at each other. Honestly. Don is still going to be convicted. I'm not worried about that. Then Wendi and Harvey will go down. But how long, Top? How long before Wendi is off the streets? How long does the Markels have to keep waiting for justice? That's the issue. It's better defense than double extortion. Yeah, but so, yeah, she can use that as a defense. But she's going to have to, it's about the two of us. About the problem up north being taken care of. And this TV is 5. I don't know how she gets around those. Now I'm getting what you're saying, Rochelle. She's tied to an extortion with the bump. She's tied to it. I don't know how she gets around it. I don't understand why Wendi is so crucial for Donna's suit trial. They have so much on Donna. What am I missing? It's getting those emails in. That's all that it is with Wendi. Getting the emails in. I don't think they need the emails, guys. I don't think they need them that bad. Her own words. If I had a defense for Donna that made sense, I would share it here. Oh, it doesn't. Yeah, it truly doesn't. None of it. Totally agree, B Rabbit. It has to do with getting the divorce info in, as that is the motive. And the emails show how angry Donna was and how much she hated Dan and all this. But we got thrown a curveball. That's what we got thrown. Yeah, but we don't know, right? Guys, we don't know what Sarah Youssef was going to give us. We don't know if Sarah Youssef had dirt on Wendi and Donna. Maybe those other emails might have been forwarded to someone else that could have brought. Could Charlie not have authenticated? It was sent to him. Remember, he replied, I like this. The email was sent to him too. Yes, once Wendi is arrested, that changes things for the boys. Will be hard for them, but part of healing will begin, and the Markels will hopefully be able to see their grandchildren. Absolutely. It's going to be hard on those boys, 100%. But those boys need to get out of that fog. They need to get out from under that narcissist bitch. And then they can start healing. They're never going to start healing while she's still in the picture. It's just not going to happen. It's not what happens. For Wendi and Donna to be enmeshed to Wendi freezing out her own mom and dad, girl, they did what you wanted and you do this. Exactly. She's got no love lost for any of them. She got what she wanted out of every single one of them. Every single one. And she just poof, gone. I don't think there's one record of her calling her mom in jail. She hasn't spoke to Charlie. It's insane. I still agree with B Rabbit. They have so much evidence. I think there's Sarah Youssef stuff. There's just alone having Scott Radius talk about them saying they were going to flee. We don't know what else Scott Radius has. He might have stuff on Charlie, Wendi, and Donna. Well, maybe not Wendi, but Donna and Harvey. The emails are crucial. Trust that Georgia knows what she's doing, because she does. I trust what Georgia knows what she's doing, but I think it's time that Georgia steps it up. I won't go after Georgia. I respect Georgia, and I still think she's the boss, but I think she needs to. She's so smart, she can find her way around those emails. I'm going to say it like that. Georgia's so smart, she can find her way around them. Can you imagine if all these people, it all depends, you're not going to get a conviction because of some emails? That doesn't make sense to me. Exactly. What does Sarah Youssef know? What does she have? And she's got something because she reached out to the Markel's lawyer first, which then reached out to the state. So she's got something. I don't believe that every one of these people, their conviction depends on those emails. I cannot believe that. Do you think they have the WhatsApp exchanges? I think they do. Georgia's probably going to investigate every angle and may change strategy. I think she will, Marie. I think she is a brilliant mind. And I just can't imagine that Georgia is sitting there saying, I can't bring this person to trial without these two emails. I don't see it. We are missing something, or we're not being told, we don't have the full picture. I just can't see this. Everything depends. Everybody's conviction depends on getting these two emails in. Doesn't make sense to me. It truly doesn't. Purple Smurf, I think they have the contacts at least, but probably the messages as well. Wendi had 10K alone, right? And they said, as long as whoever those messages were sent to, as long as one of the receivers still had the messages on their phone, they could get the information. It's harder if both people delete, but if one person didn't delete, it's easier to get the information. And chat went quiet. So we'll go to the next one. The last one that upset us all. I just don't see how a case depends on a couple pieces of email. I just can't see it.
I'm almost scared to speak. Does anyone have anything to raise before we continue forward?
Yes, Judge. May I approach the lectern?
You may.
So, Judge, with the surprise issues of the last couple of days, I have asked for my prior client's waiver again, and with the change of circumstances, he has decided not to give it. So let me be clear, I have a waiver in the past. It's from December 12th, December 13th, and an independent lawyer spoke to him as well, although did not get a signature on the waiver. So we had a waiver. We thought we had a waiver. We didn't think there was an issue. But given the events of the last 2 days, I approached appellate counsel to get a new waiver. Thought that was the right thing to do, obviously, and the cleanest thing to do. And I am not able to obtain that waiver at this point. So as a result, I need to withdraw from the case.
Very well. Does the state wish to be heard concerning the withdrawal of counsel?
I don't think I have anything appropriate to say on the matter, Judge. Thank Your Honor.
Well
That's
put.
what we need to do. We would like to proceed, and I'd ask Your Honor to inquire whether we can proceed with second chair representing Ms. Adelson, but obviously we're ready for trial and there's a lot at stake.
Mr. Morris, are you prepared to move through this trial without Mr. Rashbaum?
Judge, I did enough. I tried to think about all of the different potential rabbit trails, and the short answer is I do not believe that I am going to be able to be adequately prepared to proceed forward with the present calendar, primarily because of the division of labor in the case. I would move to continue for a brief period of time. That's also, in speaking with Mr. Ufferman, which is an issue that I'm going to request that we address, the objection by Mr. Adelson would still pertain to my cross-examination, and by extension, the third party would conduct cross-examination. In short, I need time to regroup.
Before we finish today, I will have the in-camera hearing review concerning whether you have been properly walled off. As to the withdrawal of lead.
Tennis Girl says, I'm starting to believe this entire scheme was to keep Charlie off the stand, and they thought the state would back down, and then they go with whatever BS. I didn't think of it that way. How? I didn't think of it that way, Tennis Girl. I'm going to have to think about that because it plays into the different ways. There's so many ways of looking at this, guys. Interesting. It's probably came before, but I will be playing catch up later. Do you think Morris is new beforehand? I think so. Yeah, I think so. Because yes, he did, because he said he discussed it when he first came on. He discussed the whole waiver issue. He is going to help Donna obtain new counsel and back out. I agree too, Marie. Sound great to see you again. I think Morris did know. Yeah, so did I. So, okay, that's interesting, guys. So we're thinking that they really didn't want Charlie on the stand. So again, it just backfired on them. So you think that they called to give a heads up to the Charlie's appellate lawyer? That's interesting. Well, it fits. It does fit with Rashi's surprises. Fits with like his puzzle pieces. Like he was holding a puzzle piece in his back pocket, and he tried to play this last piece of puzzle, and it bit him in the ass. But I still think, like Tennis Girl, when you said like take it to trial, take the chance on an appeal. How long is the appeal going to take? What? A year? 2 years? At least you've got Wendi in jail. Harvey possibly in jail. Sit on Rashi. No, I said shit. They threw the baby out with the bathwater. Tennis Girl, I think I agree. I could see Rashi calling, saying, hey, this might be an issue to the appellate lawyer. The appellate lawyer goes through things, talks to Charlie on a phone or whatever. Oh, sit on it, Rashi from Happy Days. I get it now. The appellate lawyer gets things going. But they've known about Charlie possibly testifying since back in July. They knew there was a transport for him. Why did they wait till now? That's the only thing about that. Why did they wait till now? They knew he was being transported. Why not put a kibosh to it then? Or cooked up between Rash and Charlie. I said that. I said cooked up between Rash and Charlie. Rash holding it as a crazy little puzzle piece up his sleeve. And Charlie threw out the grenade first. I bet appeal takes 5 years, but yeah, minimum 3. I just believe they look for anything after that hearing that blew up extortion. Yep. Absolutely agree with that. When they couldn't keep out that info about Charlie and Donna talking about Dan being a druggie, I imagine the little hamster running around half dead in Rashi's head. And they knew no signature on waiver. Rash knew that since December. He knew that since December. September 12th put it in motion. I agree with you there. I absolutely agree with you there. This made FSU Law School class read Wendi. They made FSU Law School class read Wendy's book. And look what happened. Rashi probably read it. That's why the hamster's half dead. Maybe Rashi needs to hand off 2 moldy stacks to Charlie for protection fees and commissary. Oh God, this case has always from the beginning. Rash's interview with STS, he claims to have signed waivers from DA, HA, and SA. He's a liar. Yep, I seen that. But I'm telling you guys, the video from December is nowhere to be found on YouTube. Nowhere to be found. I've been searching. He literally said in front of Judge Everett that he had signed waivers. They figured state would back down on calling Charlie so they could make up something else. They can't go with extortion. Yep. And basically Charlie was going to be just that, right? A rebuttal witness. B Rabbit says, in my opinion, Rash rolled the dice on the possible outcome of Charlie not signing the waiver. Previously, Rash got the best outcome for himself and burnt everyone else. I really would like to know if Harvey has reached out for money. I really would like to know that. But we'll never know because there's no wiretap calls on Harvey. Could they claim Charlie's extorted Donna? So basically lied to Donna about what happened and extorted her? But then you have to still explain away it has something to do with the 2 of us. And this TV costs $5. So I don't know how that would play into that because you still have those, right, Dash? You would still have to explain away that. They knew after the text was coming in, they could not use extortion. And the only way they can try something else besides extortion is to keep Charlie off the stand. Exactly. But again, you still got to explain away the 2 of us. This TV costs $5. The merch store looks weird, but if you click on the items, you will get to the page you are looking for. It is a work in progress. Arrest Wendi And once a survivor, forever a warrior. Shirts available now. No, Dash, don't. Not your bad. Oh my God. This Adelson case changes minute by minute anymore. Minute by minute. I'd like to hear Donna's jailhouse calls from today to Harvey. So would I. Charlie found a way to throw the rash under the bus, screwing Donna in the process. 100%. And that's what I say. I believe, like Tennis Girl said, that this might have been a Charlie rash type of thing, and Charlie threw the grenade first. Charlie threw it first. He threw them under the bus. He's pissed off. He's realized that Rashbaum gave him horrible counsel. So he's out for vengeance on that. And who knows if he thinks his mom set him up too. A narcissist doesn't see the big picture. They only see what they want. Donna's phone calls will be so absolutely. They're going to be crazy. Can you imagine? Unless they get these other ones. They arrest them. They get them into trial. Somebody flips. Somebody says something. Then his trial it's moot. It would be moot. He'd have to prove that they were lying. What else has Harvey got to do other than chase up monies? No doubt Scott and Tash have blocked him. Harvey. Imagine his tantrums and thumping on the floor these days. Yep. And if I was Rashbaum, I'd be blocking his number. I would be blocking his number. Because you know he's going after him for money. You know it. Who knows? Harvey might get so grumpy at Rash for not giving him back money that he might throw him under the bus for financial crimes. I'm telling you guys, this is going to go insane. Oh, that's okay, B-Rabbit. Don't worry about it. This fiasco won't help Charlie's appeal at all, according to Tim. No, this fiasco won't, but if somebody actually flips, and throws everybody under the bus, gives from A to B to Z, what happened? What's that do to Charlie's appeal? He can still say he's innocent, but if the receipts are there, somebody has the receipts, what's that going to do for an appeal? We speak fluent Taiwanese. Yes, we do. This case is just, I honestly wish it just would have went through. Right now, we'd be talking about the jury. What is today? We would have had opening statements today, guys. We would have had opening statements today. Harvey's on the phone now shopping lawyers for the whole family. Yep. But who knows? Morris said lawyers from Tallahassee. Donna might not want that. She might want a lawyer she knows from South Florida. Hey, Utah. Yeah. I don't think it helps Charlie's appeal. All I was saying is if somebody flips, that will hurt Charlie's appeal. Jane and asking for a group discount. Judah, welcome back. Okay, we'll finish off this, guys.
Counsel, I am going to permit it. The conflict issues are so severe, I believe, to move forward with the trial. Ms. Kappelman, Ms. Dugan would place us in a position where we would end up in a reversal. Let's go ahead and set a case management date. As to all the expense that has been undertaken with moving witnesses and preparing for trial, the state certainly, as a part of any cost of prosecution, if you are successful, may seek those costs as it relates to today, as this continuance will be charged to the defendant. As to a new date, when would the parties like to have a case management?
I think as soon as possible, Judge. I'm prepared to brainstorm with Ms. Kappelman and Ms. Dugan with the state to be able to get a trial date if we wanted to do that. But I don't know if we need additional time. But
Ms. Dugan advises she has a court date October 15th, so that would be my suggestion.
Oh.
10:15 at 2:30 will be the follow-up case management to today. Before we go into recess, I am going to conduct the in-camera hearing with Mr. Morris as to any remaining issue of who should conduct the cross-examination of Charles Adelson if called as a witness. If the court reporter can meet me in the jury room, Mr. Morris, please as well.
He is pissed, yes. I gotta rewind it, guys, because that look he gives Rashbaum is the best look ever.
Examination, any remaining, I am going to conduct the in-camera today. Before we go into recess, I am going to conduct the in-camera hearing with Mr. Morris as to any remaining issue of who should conduct the cross-examination of Charles Adelson if called as a witness. If the court reporter can meet me in the jury room, Mr. Morris, please as well.
Oh, I missed it again. Yep. I have to screw Donna with all the state charges, then tell her it's okay. Now, does anybody have an estimate on how much they think is going to be charged to Donna? Get ready for the bowling.
yeah.
50,000. Well, Charlie alone was almost 20, right? Just for his transport was almost 20. Oh, no, sorry, 10. No, almost 20. 9,000 something each way. But that's for everything, though, Top, right? Because Charlie's almost 20,000 himself. And then preparation for trial, Everett said they could charge. He's probably telling her right there, you're probably going to go to trial next year. Yes, he could have. He could have said, I'm sorry, I can't take your case right from the beginning. Commissar was shaking his head. No, when Rashi was talking to Donna, roll it back. I will for you, Sky. Yes, Drill Sergeant. Is that far enough, Sky? I'll go back a little bit further. Let's go back to. Oh dear God, I hope so, Gamma. I hope we have.
Yeah.
I agree, Dash. I agree. But because she feels so bad for herself, right? Dawn is just another feat for Rash. She got money. And next case. Well, let's hope he doesn't get many cases anytime soon. I wonder what his partners feel like. I wonder what his partners are saying right now to him. Or what they should have been saying in the beginning. Sorry, not sorry, Donna. You freaking murderer, a man. You freaking murdered a man. Quit crying, bitch. Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't feel nothing for her tears. I don't feel, because they're only for her. She only got Harvey. That's it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No tears for anyone else. So is woe is me right now. Absolutely. It's just all about her. He was lying to her, saying they were going to win. She thought she was going home soon. She got a 97. She got a 97, guys. She was so disappointed. Now she's got to start all over again. And it's so funny when he calls Rashbaum in because he looks like he's going into the principal's office. Too funny. That's right. All about herself. I'm apt to think she's thinking, why did my son do this to me? She might be thinking that there too. She's losing everybody. All she's got is Harvey. Her daughter doesn't call her. I wonder if they put her in oh geez, what's that room that Charlie was in? Observation. I wonder if they put her in observation last night. Why isn't Charlie doing anything to see me? Why isn't Charlie protecting me the way I protected him? Charlie's been out of the fog. He don't give a shit about them. He didn't give a shit about them before, but he surely doesn't give a shit now. I'm wondering if they put her in, like maybe left her in her clothes, but I'm wondering if she was put in observation last night. Yep. Why isn't Wendi calling me? I wonder if Rashbaum's telling her there, I'll still speak to you. I'll still talk to you. You won't lose me as a friend. I wish they would have left the mics on at this point. Why they shut them off, I do not know. Watch. He looks like he's called to the office. Let me know how the villa in Vietnam is. Yep. Do you know what? I am shocked of all types of YouTube channels out there. There isn't somebody that has a YouTube channel on lip reading. Wouldn't that be great? If somebody was a lip reader and they did, for true crime, did lip reading, that would be amazing. Probably not. You know what I think? She probably watched this until the minute Rashbaum stepped down and she cracked open some of her favorite wine or whatever she drinks for supper and said, I got another year. Maybe she was watching Steinbach last night and then really got excited because that's another year and a half. Sky says, I can make some shit up for you. But wouldn't that be clever if somebody could actually do that and they had a YouTube channel for that? Just saying. They would be very popular. Georgia's sitting there watching all of this and going to be on the war path. She's not happy. No, she's not happy. She's not happy that she wore some egg. She's not happy about that. Hey, Harley, I'm back. Had to go jam some. I have no idea what that is. And wake up. It's 1 a.m. here. You're an hour behind me. Harley D can read lips. It can take 1 to 2 years to learn to read lips. That's what I was saying. If there was somebody that knew how to do it and they started a YouTube channel, oh, they'd be popular.
Everyone can be seated. The court has concluded its in-camera hearing with formal counsel and remaining counsel, Mr. Morris. Mrs. Adelson, depending if you choose to hire additional counsel or just reset the trial date, you'll certainly be able to work with Mr. Morris as your attorney in making that decision. But the trial is going to be continued from today. The jurors will be released this afternoon. Again, as to the inconvenience and delay that this has caused, I'm not happy, but at the same time, we're trying to get this right so we do not have to do it a second time. I will speak with the parties again when we have the next case management hearing. We are in recess.
Does anybody think Judge Everett said, "Don't let me ever see you in one of my courtrooms again"? To Rashi. So Purple says, anyone know if Rashi got out of Dodge last night or is he still in Tallahassee? He is going to ghost her and change his number, but then Harvey will show up at his door. Oh yeah, he'd show up at the law office. I think he hightailed it out of there. I really do. Sky says he was last seen in a canoe trying to navigate. Yeah, we still have the Rashi canoe full of moldy bucks. I might have to change him to a bald guy if Morris stays on. Oh. I think the cost, and I know I asked you guys, but I think the cost is going to be somewhere up near $100,000. I would say he probably said, don't let me ever see you in any of my courtrooms again. And I'm going to be reporting this to the bar. Doesn't Judge Everett have, like, I'm not in the States, but doesn't the judge have some kind of obligation to report something like this to the bar? I don't know if you guys, anybody knows that. But I would think he has some kind of obligation to. I can't imagine him not showing some distaste and a little bit of sternness in that back room. Harley says, yeah, Tim Jansen from Tallahassee noted that Rashbaum's reputation is trash now in North Florida. Yeah. Could you imagine if he ever took another case and ended up in Everett's courtroom? Oh, please let me know if that ever happened. Easy 1K. Georgia will have numbers to the pennies. I only play a lawyer on YouTube. Christine says he feels responsible for this oversight as well. And he does have a little bit of egg on his face. He truly does. I hope he made Rashi feel like a bad little boy. Yep. I don't know. I would think someone from the bar would see this big trial. Armand says, do you know if there is a cleaned up version of the hot mic between Georgia and Rashi? Just the one Jay put. Just the one Jay put. I actually tried to put it in something last night and I couldn't get it to do anything else. So I'm hoping the best person for that is Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis. She's very good at cleaning up. Or, you know, who else is very good at it? Phone calls from prison. They're very good at cleaning it up. I haven't heard it yet. I would like to, though. Oh, you haven't heard the hot mic? Oh, Sky, you haven't heard it? Hold on. I'll get it for you. I will get it for you. Okay, Harley said, oh, I got to stop sharing that screen. Sorry, guys. I'll share the hot mic one. I didn't realize, Sky, you didn't hear it? What do we got going on here? Get rid of that one. I thought you heard it. I have heard it. Oh, I thought you said you didn't. Oh, okay. The browser has blocked your screen. Yeah, nothing super cleaned up. Yeah. I would love for Gigi to get her hands on it. I heard Georgia say that Alex being in the case raises the same appellate issues. Yep. Because now they're afraid of the walling off. Did they actually wall off? Where's the proof of this walling off? Do any of us believe anything that comes out of Rashbaum or Alex's mouth? I don't. I don't believe it. I truly don't believe it. Guys, for some reason, we got too many screens going here. Too many screens. Rash is totally lied. Absolutely. Rash is lied. You know, if Morris really had an issue from the beginning, like he said, why did he jump on the case? To be honest, really, why? But just makes no sense to me. Sleepless in Seattle. Yeah. So guys, I'm going to call it an evening. And thank you all for being here. Please remember, tomorrow we are going to jump feet first into all this Sarah Boone. We're going to get caught up on it, get ready for the trial, which starts October 7th. So we got a small window to get caught up. And then we will never turn our backs on this case. We'll never turn our backs on justice for Dan, justice for the Markels. We will never, ever turn our backs. Who else has a live right now since I'm awake? Let me check for you. Harley. Everything right now that's live is all about P. Diddy. But I just want to thank everybody so much for all your support. If you're not jumping around with me to do the Sarah Boone, at least come in, say hello, because we will miss you. But I hope you will follow me and follow Sarah Boone with me and the rest of the coffee crew. And I'm going to play our intro and our outro as we leave. So please stay and take that in. I had some help. Sky Troop helped do an AI music for me. And I came up with the thing. Do you do a follow-up about Colonel Williams? Did you do a follow-up? I'm going to release that here soon for everybody. I have it as members only, but I will be releasing it soon. I just wanted to give all the members a chance. Will you be starting at 9:05 tomorrow night? I am, and then we'll see if everybody else. I'm in such a short little window because everybody else is usually on around 7. Thank you and good night all. P. Diddy not on my computer. Nope, me either. I just can't do it. Thanks, guys. I am watching Crazy Sarah too. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm going to play our exit. Please stay. Enjoy. Let me know if you like it. And I will be talking to you tomorrow. I appreciate every single one of you. My mods, thank you. Sky, you're top notch. Always are. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good night.